and white. All of the white. But namely, those nations who came through grafting, who have a taste of the enemy's blood in them, they all must be judged before the great Mahadiah, known as the Mahdi, known as the Messiah, the Son of Man, taking on himself part of the flesh and blood of the enemy, that he may be able to deal with such deathly and merciless enemy, who by nature was made merciless. He taking part of it. The enemy being a made man, he taking on part of the made man, that he may be able to judge him and deal with him according to the nature of him. The Son of Man, taking on the divine blood and flesh of the black man, who in the beginning created the heavens and the earth with truth, that he may be able to deliver the truth in all of its purity, and know the truth by the heavens which were created by truth, and with truth and truth alone, according to the Holy Quran. Allah created the heavens and the earth with truth. He didn't make the heavens and the earth to be taken as a sport, but to be taken seriously. Judgment has come, the most dreaded day of the nation of Europe and America, the white race. Long has known this day was coming to them. Now today they have prepared themselves to deceive the black man of the earth, and especially that poor slave. Why should they be so hard on the slave? This is a prey of God they have caught in their net. And they want to take this prey to their doom with them, to cause a mockery of the great Mahadiah, the Mahdi, the Savior, the Deliverer, the Messiah, who comes after this prey, the so-called Negro, members of the aboriginal black people of the earth, to take them away from their wicked masters, American and England's white race. Take them away from them by teaching them knowledge, wisdom, understanding of the true history of this evil people on earth, telling them boldly that he came to destroy them, to burn them with an unquenchable fire. Think over that. The day have arrived. We're 6,000 years from the beginning of this people, and a grace of 52 years God has now given to them. Will they get to? As you see today that no nation wants peace with America, fly for your life. This is it. Thing that you should go in, while they know that you have not understood the Bible. People, a hateful people. Day and night, as the Bible teaches us of you in Revelation. And if it pleases Allah, regardless to your efforts to destroy us, we will be saved. It is written that we will, because he don't know you and he's afraid of you. All praises is due to Allah. You should make some kind of move after all of your wicked doings, which no man, not even planets, can stand against. Sitting in a place called holy to lead and guide men in the truth of God. It was not back there 2,000 years ago. It's here today, 2,000 years from Jesus. This is the time that the book is referring to, that these things would come to pass. It is the blinded, made deaf and dumb black preachers of America by the white theologians that is now fulfilling such prophecy. They was made evil from the beginning. Murder, lying, everything but good, deceit. The day of judgment is to happen. 100 years, pardon me for blundering. It is to take place. So-called Negroes, their law give forgiven. We who has followed this sinful man and have committed the same sin through ignorance of ourselves. The day of judgment. How do you know?
Whose heart yearns for truth. Sexual. What has he saved you from if you're still in the same pitiful condition that you were found in?
Looking for the part where he explains the self-creation a lot. If I can't find it, then I'm gonna go to a previous show where DJ Focus was featured as a guest, and we'll start. I already got that ready, locked, and loaded. So I'm gonna get this about a few minutes. If I can't find it, then I'll play the part where I was reading it with DJ Focus.
Into an angel of light. So
well, this video is called The Knowledge of God. So I'm thinking that self-creation story should be in here somewhere.
You would think he really represents God, and then he Muslim place. Satan. Now I gotta ask you, whose house? That is on the heart of those who claim to worship Almighty God. So if Satan knows God, then Satan's work is to deceive the world about God until God comes. Now look at the Holy Quran, what it says. Satan and God talking. If Satan is going to deceive the whole world, can deal with Satan. But I don't. And the problem with the people is they start worshiping those lights that God raises up among them. And that is not wise. And those of us who are in leadership, Muhammad heard what God said, world and the hereafter. Of Satan, look for my messenger. He's called in the Old Testament Elijah, but in the New Testament he's called Jesus. The Holy Quran says, say, He, Allah, is one. Subconsciously and subliminally, you would worship white people by the image of a white Jesus. Because when it's time for you to take over the house, you got night and day. They have tried to bring me before their courts of law. The religious community can't get united when Farrakhan is no longer among us, and to destroy him.
All right, so I'm looking at two videos, two separate links. One is called Knowledge of God and Self. It's separate from this one. And it might be the same one, I'm not sure. And another one is called The Origin of Blackness. I'm thinking The Origin of Blackness is going to go into the self-creation. So hold on.
Thoroughly confused.
Yes, so let's.
If you act the fool and show.
Let me see. All right. So I'm thinking that the origin of blackness is going to go into the self-creation story. But first, let me click this now just so this might be the same video as this. Let's see.
A man of God
has opened you up. Ain't no use in you thinking you can handle the Caucasian.
Right.
Or the prison industrial complex. We differ at this point. But the death that is, this is God's world? You don't know what the hell is true in this world. To take that revealed word, which is life.
So this might.
It's because whatever Allah has put in me,
The next video I think is gonna be it.
that's hanging out in some undisclosed place in the sky. 6,000 years not up yet. Muhammad cannot defeat Satan and his world. That don't have heavy meaning.
All right. Yeah.
So I thank you.
Here we go. This one is called The Origin of Blackness. This gotta be dealing with the self-creation of Allah. This gotta be. I can't see it now.
James Version, we have the Schofield Bible. But gene, G-E-N-E, which has to do with the base or the beginning
Okay.
of
Might be it.
to him. So you have us in the Bible, we in the Holy Quran, yet both the Bible and the Quran declare that God is one. Who is us? Who is we? If God is one. Now the beauty, God, we, Elijah Muhammad taught us. And I have to say this because what the whole idea of these series of lectures is designed to get you to do is to reason with what Elijah Muhammad taught and answer the question, is it revelation? So they're going to approach the subject real funny. Maybe next week, which is Easter Sunday, the power of darkness
Okay.
is that it can create you
All right. Here we go.
after itself.
I got lucky. I hit it right on the money.
I'm going to say it again. Sometimes we get in a bad spirit. We may call it, liken it to darkness. A gloom comes over the mind because of a thought that we are thinking, real or imagined. And then that thought begins to reflect itself in our skin. It begins to reflect itself in our posture. Shoulders begin to droop. You don't feel good. Hey, what's the matter? I don't feel good. What happened to you? A thought that's in my brain that is remaking me according to the darkness of that thought. So now I've become as dark and as gloomy as what is in my mind. So it is with the real darkness that was in existence before there was light. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to us that an atom
Here we go.
sparkled in the darkness.
Here we are.
And God began to create himself.
Okay.
He said, out of the material of of the darkness. So what he's telling us is that matter was there, but the matter was doing nothing. It had no form. It had no aim. It had no purpose until an atom sparkled in the darkness. Look at you. He said you are created in his image and after his likeness. How did you start? From a tiny life germ that with the naked eye, the one that impregnated the egg, you can't see it with your eye. That's how infinitesimally small that sperm was. That's how infinitesimally small the egg was. But that sperm with a little tail and a head had some intelligence in it, because it knew where it wanted to go and it knew what it wanted to do. In the dark, that sperm found the egg, and the first cell of life began in darkness. But the cell had a light of itself, electricity inside the cell, a neutron, a proton, and an electron. The cell of life was like an atom. Listen. The light of itself caused it to start rotating around the light of itself, and it began breaking down and building up. We don't know how long it took for brains to form in the darkness, but the first thing that forms when a baby is conceived in the womb is not the tail. The first thing that forms is what? And it is the head that calls the arms into existence, the feet into existence, the organs into existence come from the head. Well, when you didn't even have thought, before you could think, there was an intelligence working in you that is the light of God, the power of God, even before the growth of intelligence. In the darkness, we were being fashioned out of a tiny life germ, sperm mixed with ovum, and we were called into existence by what was in that tiny sperm, the head of it. And at the end of 9 months, we came forth knowing nothing, but with a capacity to learn everything. So when the Holy Quran in Surah 112 says, he neither begets nor is he begotten. The first God was the originator of himself. He was not begotten. And the one that comes in the end does not beget. He don't need a son from his loins. He produces a nation from the wisdom of his mouth. I want you to think with me. Now, beloved, he fashioned himself out of darkness. So we learn how environment can influence heredity. So we have to be careful what environment we put ourselves in, because no matter what is in you of good, if you're in the wrong environment, that environment can affect the good that is in you and turn you into itself. Are you all right? Now, I want to go to the board a minute. Yeah, that's my work today, Chief. I want to share revelation with you so that we can reason together on who this man, Master Farad Muhammad, was that came among us and taught the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. See, if that man ain't what we say he is, then Elijah Muhammad can't be who we say he is. Then we are not who we think we are, and we can take that which Master Farad Muhammad taught and throw it all away. Throw the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad away, like some of you did. Oh, pardon me, like some of us did. But I know the effect of what happened to me. But now we're going to get a lesson today that I want you to think about. And all of you that have knowledge, all of you that been to college, all of you that have studied, let's study together today. Who is the original man? What is the meaning of original? Let me see what my little definition here says. I gotta call Mr. Webster. Webby, what do you say original means, Mr. Webster? Belonging or pertaining to, the origin or beginning of something, arising or proceeding independently of anything else. Since God is self-created, he arises independent of anything else, and that's why Al-Fatiha says. That's why Al-Fatiha says, Allah is he of whom nothing is independent, but upon whom we all depend. So the first God that originated himself causes us to be dependent on him. That's why he's called Jehovah. He's the self-existent God. And he's the God by whom all things exist or subsist. So without the original man, we would not be here. So there was some begetting done after he created himself. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the first thing he did was study himself. And in himself, he saw another being, another creature. In himself, he saw somebody else. And he brought her into existence from himself. The first act of creation of God is not the sun, not the moon, not the stars. His first act of creation was her. Woman, the second self of God. You're a powerful creature, sister. Wait a minute. You're powerful, but you messed up. Like us. We're powerful too, but we all messed up. But we're going to get it right. Look at this, sister. Have you ever watched a flower unfold? One day, I happened to be looking at it and studying it. And I saw this stem, and the flower was closed. And then I watched it slowly stretch itself up, you know, and then unfold. I said, that must have been painful. Now, we don't ever think that plant life can feel. But if it's life, it can feel. Plants is you. Your flesh is the plant life of the earth. Your bone is the stone of the earth. Your blood is the water of the earth. So just as you unfold, you in the womb stretching. Look at the baby when it comes out. It looked like hell because it's in pain. It's been forming, and now it's forcing itself with its little head against your pelvis, driving itself into the world. And when it comes, it's all wrinkled up, black and blue. It fought like hell to get here. A lot of pain in Genesis. A lot of pain in birth. A lot of pain to grow from where you are into where God wants us to be. So I can imagine what the original man went through just coming into existence. So when he created something from himself, he created her with a nature to console him. You can't get away from what you are. You might want to be this old hard Hannah. But you're not a woman until you're relating well to a man. I don't give a damn, I don't give a care. I'm going to try to behave myself today. I don't care what profession you're in. There is no profession that gives you
a couple points the brother made when he was clarifying, me. But whatever, I don't even remember where I was at. But just to clarify a couple points that the brother made or that he addressed, when you say like, oh, their education and this is that shit exists, bro. Like you right, there is science, and then there's their science, and there's their, their history and their whatever. Right, but then there's actual history and there's actual science, and I agree.
Wait, but
hold
isn't
on,
there their science, actual science, and then is it your science?
Say it again.
Okay, if we're gonna do that, isn't there a their science, an actual science, and a your science?
Yes, I'm biased.
Okay, so listen. There's a their science, there's an actual science, there's a my science, right? There's three sides to every story. It's my side, my story, his story, and the truth. Right. So we can address their science. We're not going to act like whiteology don't exist and their science don't exist and it does exist.
I got you.
Right. So when we bring up these points and we say, their schools, we know what we talk about. We don't have to we don't have to reiterate what we're discussing about when we say, their schools, because their schools exists, right? Where they're in control of the curriculum, with what they say goes. Who they choose to teach you about is who is taught about. And it's not just science. Like if you go to University of Islam, you hear about Minister Farrakhan, right? You hear about Marcus Garvey, you hear about Noble Jew Ali, right? You hear about Nat Turner and Denmark Vesey and Yakub, right? But we're not in a minute, we'll get there, right? But hold on, we'll get there. But you hear about all of these people in great length and detail that you will not hear about them in a regular American school. That's what I mean by their schools. We send our kids to these schools.
Which names you don't hear about in American schools?
Huh?
Which names you don't hear?
I said in depth and in detail. You don't hear about Farrakhan. You don't hear about Elijah Muhammad. You don't hear about Noble Jew Ali. You don't hear about the true great exploits of Marcus Garvey. You don't hear about, they give you their heroes, W.E.B. Du Bois and Frederick Douglass and Rosa Parks and all people who benefited their thing. Du Bois working for the Jews under the NAACP, who all founded by Jews. You got Rosa Parks, who as soon as she got on that bus and was made a hero, you had 600 black buses company. Hold on real quick. A black bus company with 600 buses shut down. So I only say that to say the heroes that they give us are heroes that benefit them. We have our own heroes and our own stories to tell, and that's what we can do in our schools.
So you would say Noble Drew Ali, Dr. York, Dr. Sebi, those are our heroes?
You added Dr. York in there. But Dr. York had a couple of contributions, but you added him in there. Dr. Sebi, definitely one of our heroes. You know what I mean? Definitely. It's just a lot of people who stood up for us that don't get that billing, bro. Like,
okay. So, like I said, you guys said it, and then I said, well, let's go there next. You said there's actual science, there's their science, and there's your science, right? Okay.
Right.
I want to take a look at your science, and y'all let me know on the panel and the chat. Should this be accepted as science? Should this be taught in Black schools, or should this remain in the University of Islam? All right. So we are in chapter 11. Our Savior has arrived, the knowledge of God himself. Savior's Day, February 26, 1969. Okay. So let me know which science is this? Theirs, ours, or not? Theirs, yours, or actual science? Okay. How came the Black God, Mr. Muhammad? He is self-created. So the black God is self-created. How could self create self? Great question. Take your magnifying glass and start looking at these little atoms out here in front of you. You see that they are egg-shaped and they are oblong. You can crack them open and you will find everything in them that you find out here. Then where there's some of them atoms out here. Well, who created them? Who created the atoms? I want you to accept the black God. So the black God created the atoms. You say there is no beginning or ending. Okay, I admit that. So that's science. There's no beginning or ending. It's the science he's promoting. But we do know that they had to have some kind of beginning. So no problem. They don't know the beginning or ending, but they knew it had to be a beginning. But how it happened, we don't know. So they're aware, they speculate, they hypothesize that there's a beginning. He doesn't know, no problem. Nope, because science admits we don't know something. So their science admits no problem. So they don't know when it happened. They don't know about the beginning. That's why we say that his beginning, we don't know anything about. Talking about the black God. So he said, imagine you close your eyes now. Imagine the whole entire visibility of the universe is gone from you. This is the way he was born, the black God. Total darkness, not triple darkness, and total darkness. There was no light anywhere out of the total orbit of the universe of darkness. There sparkled an atom of life. Now, that atom in total darkness, according to science, does anybody in this platform know which was the first atom? Does anybody in the chat know what scientists say, modern science say was the first atom to spark in darkness?
If I'm not mistaken, that's helium.
There you go. That's correct. So, helium. Imagine you close your eyes, imagine the whole entire visibility of the universe is gone from you. How you know that? I caught you on this little, I see you, man.
Yeah, I think I don't know science, but I do. And hydrogen was next.
Google.
All right, well, okay, believe what you want.
He didn't Google it. That's not an easy find. Okay, so he said this is the way he was born.
I think you knew it.
Yeah, I think he knew it. That's not an easy find. Because in the periodic table, I thought it was hydrogen since that was first, but that's not.
I found it in 13 seconds, so it is easy to find. Go.
No problem. But if anybody know about the elemental chart, periodic chemical chart, the first on the list is hydrogen. So it would, in my opinion, it would be common sense to think hydrogen was the first one. So it's kind of like a trick little question, but it's not. It's the one that's listed as number 2. So anyway, he was born in total darkness. There was no light anywhere. Out of the total orbit of the universe of darkness, there sparkled an atom of life. Okay, I don't know what an atom of life is, but helium was the first one. So I don't know if he's saying, because this is your science, his science, their science. I don't know if he's saying Allah started with helium. Okay, so once upon a time, but don't ask me when it was. Right? Don't ask them once upon a time that was. Don't do that. How could the atom of life make a record of its own creation? So don't ask him that. How can the atom of life make a record of its own creation? It could not. How can the atom of life make a record of its own creation? Don't ask me that either. It could not write its own creation, the record of it, because he was the first. Okay, so we're giving a pronoun to the atom. There was no recorders around him. He was first to record his own self. How long was that? We can't tell. Don't ask. We weren't there. Duh. All right, so he was the only one in the entire dark universe. That's why, so he said atom, he said it was only there before everything else. That's helium, okay? So the helium atom was the only atom there. he had to wait until the atom of life produced brains to think what he needed. Okay? This is their science. So this atom, this helium, had to wait to produce brains to think what he needed. Now, where are we? We're in total darkness. We're in space. There's nothing there but the atom. The atom has to wait until he produced brains to think what else he needs to form himself. Okay? Where are we? Okay. He had to wait until the atom of life produced brains to think what he needed. How long was that? I don't know. Why? Because we don't know the beginning. So we know what time frame this is. Brothers, we don't know what time that was, but brothers, but he was a black man. So we don't know about the time frame. Don't ask. The record, none of that stuff. But all we do know is that atom, that helium, was a black man coming out of total darkness at that time. So we clear what time we're talking about. We're talking about the beginning or close to the beginning where nobody knows what time it is. And don't ask. Okay? So we don't know. He was a black man coming out. Okay, we don't know, but he was a black man coming out of total darkness at that time. We could all say that we are produced by a white God. But there was no light, nor any white anywhere. So you can make that claim that you were produced by a white God, but it has no validity because at that time there was no light or white anywhere, right? There was all darkness. So I guess when God in the Bible, it says create an image after his own likeness, a black God, I guess, in darkness, in darkness, he's gonna create a darkness people. Okay, so God revealed to me in that darkness, which had no end to it there, that darkness created an atom of life. And the color to be the color had to be black. Why? There was no light. Therefore, it had to be the color of the thing that created it. All praises is due to Allah. So I'll stop right there. I'll let Focus go first, and then the Watcher's next. No, Akachi's next, then the Watcher, and then
I mean, I really don't have nothing to say to that. I don't know. I wasn't there. I've already explained my position on the first God, the first Adam. We don't know. All of it are theories, which is why as you will portend to poke holes in this, I'll do the same thing with your little Darwin theory. And the thing is, it leads us back to the inexorable conclusion that we don't know, which Elijah Muhammad just said 40 times. We don't know. We weren't there. So he's just giving an exegesis of his belief as it was told to him. That's one thing he said on the video. He said, none of this man, third grade education, none of this stuff comes from me. I'm only giving it to you as it was taught to me. That's it. So, like I said, I don't really get into those, well, what happened 76 trillion years ago? To me, it's irrelevant as hell. It don't have nothing to do with how we're going to get our people up out of this problem, out of this salvation. So y'all can have all of those arguments. You can win it. You can call it whatever you want. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not even a freaking scientist myself, okay? So, I'm not the one to even argue that point. If anybody else want to go ahead, go ahead. But like I said, you poke holes, I poke holes. We wasn't there. I don't know. It's all a fucking theory in my mind. But go ahead.
Akachi.
That was kind of a long response to say I don't know, and I agree. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't know. It's all conjecture. You know what I'm saying? It's all interpolation or sermonization. It's all that. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to prove it. And I was listening to Unbiased, and so I'm going to kind of go opposed to Unbiased, even though nobody can really say you're wrong. But I think that first, the brain did not have to be created out of helium. And I'm not arguing that helium was the first atom. But what my position is that intelligence has always been here. That's how I look at it. Intelligence has always been here. It wasn't something that's created because an omnipotent creator would have to be intelligent. An omnipotent being, period, would have to be intelligent. Otherwise, there would be no intelligence here. So I would start from from the position that intelligence has always been here. That was not created, and God, not being a man, God is not a man. He's an omnipotent being. So that can't be. That really can't even be, comprehended. What is omnipotent being look like? You know what I'm saying? That, looking at it from a scientific perspective, God is not a man, but if you had to give it a color, black would be it, because black is the presence of all colors or everything. You know what I'm saying? So, and then when you look into dark matter and the void, or what the Greeks call the ether, and all of that is black. Whatever you want to call most of the space and outer space, all of that is black. So yeah, that God being considered black, yeah, you look at it like that. And then you get all these nuts talking about, melanin and all that shit. I ain't gonna get into all that, but they are on to something, even though they don't know how to articulate their point. What else?
So when you hear this science, right, that we heard about just now, is that their science, white folks? Is that actual science, or is that Nation of Islam science? Their science.
It was kind of a combination of both. When you get into okay, so with God being black, that was their science. You know what I'm saying? That is their science. That's not necessarily.
What about the atom being here first?
The helium being here?
Yeah, first. I mean, above everything. No. Look, he said out of everything you.
You're right. About the atom being here first. He did say that. I don't think that is. I think that's their science, the NOI science. I don't think that's actual science. Science. I mean, because atoms can be broken down into something. At what point, you know what I'm saying? But then again, atoms may have already been here also. That's a hard question.
Had to have a beginning.
Are you wait? According to science, now I got you. Okay? According to science, helium got here from something, right?
Right.
Okay, so it wasn't always it.
Okay, so this is why I'm saying that that's kind of hard to answer, because the things that make up helium came from something, right? It was made of something, and that something was made of something. Something had to always be here.
So that's not the way it's thought, but okay, but yeah, whatever. Go ahead.
And then whatever was already here composed to
Right, okay,
helium.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But in that case, if you want to go that route, the human beings were at that time. You dig? So that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's more like a philosophical argument. Yeah. I agree with you though. You know what I'm saying? Where does the rabbit hole stop? I agree with you. That's a good point.
Okay.
But go ahead.
The Watcher. So the Watcher the Watcher, you can go back. Everybody trying to silence you. The Watcher go, and then you go.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about, you guys are referring to the elements. Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Right here. Okay. Yeah. So what was the oldest element?
Yeah, the first element.
Okay, the first element. What's the difference between the first and the oldest element?
Yeah, same thing. I guess same thing.
Okay, so what is the oldest element on Earth?
It's supposed to be helium.
Okay. All right. Then, I mean, that's all I wanted to know. You guys can go ahead and carry on.
Go ahead, Focus.
Yeah, and that was a good point the brother made about the intelligence being here. You know what I'm saying? And just piggybacking on that point, you know what I'm saying? This universe is infinitely old, okay? And the intelligence that can be produced, we really don't know. You think, if the universe could produce this intelligence, us, me and you talking here, Who's to put limits on the intelligence that the universe can produce in general? You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just adding on to that point, you know what I mean? But my position is still the same.
Okay, so now I'm gonna read a little further. So we got paragraph, so that was paragraph 25, 26. This is paragraph 32. Is that, watch it, that's you?
I'm
I hear her back there getting, she's very clear, articulate in her speech.
You'll be surprised, man. You'll be surprised.
Very, very, and then that baby stuff with her. So anyway, paragraph 32, the black man's God. Why do you reject the black man God when the black man God is your God? The black man God made the white God. Why do you reject him? Long before ever there was, as the old people used to tell me when I was a little boy, as when and aware he was God. I bear witness today. Just think it over. A little small atom of life rolling around in darkness. Okay, now I understand third grade education is showing, okay? The atom of life is rolling around in darkness. Think it over. Building itself up, just turning in darkness, making its own self. Let's go into it, all right? So let's get it. With this science that God, this is God's science, by the way. He said nothing is of him. He's just a messenger. He gets everything from God. Okay. But he don't know certain things. God, he said, we don't know the beginning. So God is giving him the education, but God don't know the beginning because he wasn't there to record it. He had to create himself. So I get it. So it says, think it over. Building itself up, just turning in darkness, making its own self. Let's go into it. Do I have any proof of this? Yes, sir. He got proof now. He made himself into total darkness. Nothing about triple darkness. He put his own self turning on his own timetable in the black womb of the universe. He started rotating. He demands every life that comes into the universe today to start turning first. Woo! Over to me, for I had that to do myself. That's a quote, end quote. Now I'm going to see that every life that comes into this universe comes out of total darkness. Every life, yes, sir. It must come out of total darkness. Out of the womb of our mother did we come. We were created there out of the sperm that was emitted into that total dark room, the womb. It took that to make the child. It couldn't be made in the light. No way. He didn't say no way, that's me. He must be made in total darkness. Okay, so let me see. So he goes into the, okay. We must know ourselves. We must know the nature of life. We must know the law of life before ever we can say that we are masters. Now, we can't see we masters. This is why you got Master Fard Muhammad. Now, if by nature we are born in total darkness, think it over. And if by nature life brings us out of darkness, and if by nature we walk in the light from out of total darkness, and if by nature we can think through darkness and bring light out of the darkness by our own brains, we did so with the white race. Okay, this might be going somewhere else. I'm gonna stick to the creation. All right, okay, so 35. Matter of fact, I'll finish that. We did so with the white race. Look into the sperm of the life and find him. Here's an unalike, or here's an unlike. Take it, separate it. Your first separation from the white and black was done. Now you say no separation will settle it. It won't settle it with you, maybe, Mr. Fool, but it will as once upon a time you could not see out of darkness. Now today you can't see out of light. Who is that did this? Was it a white God or a black God? It was a black God. That is who did it. He has taken his universe, think it over, and engulfed it with the path of light that you call the Milky Way. Think that over. Now you say he had evidence. I'm waiting for that. He engulfed his own universe with nothing but a path of light. He made the lights so close to each other that the light of this one never stops before this one ties his light in with that one. It was a whole path of nothing but light, a belt around his universe. He thought so much of his earth. He loved his earth so well that he took his own earth and divided it, the live planets rotating around it with light, stars. Think it over. About 600 million miles out from this planet, he has a region of stars that divides the other planets from these inner planets. He has made a wreath around his heaven head of nothing but stars. Think it over. Think it over. So you got to think about it. That's your evidence. Think it over. He made a crown for himself over the earth with stars. This is my house, and I want to put a crown around it with stars. You tell me you don't like the black guy. Okay, so let me get that. Let me see. Right. So he created, okay. So some more theology. Anything more? So, what do you think so far about this science? Is this the actual science, or is this part of, if this another their science?
I mean, I don't think he got into too much science there. I mean, this is a man of God, a religious man, a man who believes in God and the fact that intelligence came before creation, as opposed to their belief that intelligence came last. And everything was all osmosis, and then we finally got to think later on. His position is that intelligence came first, and that the intelligence, was responsible in ways that initial intelligent force, whatever you want to call it, stylize it as, was responsible for, putting things into existence, making things roll, making things work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's clearly, somebody, in this belief that puts things into existence and then lets it go. Okay, like not, oh, it's an omnipresent being up there that, God snapped his finger, you're pregnant. God snapped his finger, your baby died. God snapped his finger, you did. God, like that's not the path or trajectory I think that he was going on with his exegesis or his, quote unquote scientific position of stance. I think he was trying to, just correlate it, with God, with the religion in that particular point. You know what I'm saying? Oh, God put the stars in the sky, he put a crown. I mean, this is not, an in-depth 360-page review of the beginning of the world. This is just no problem. It's just him teaching it as he was taught it.
Right. So, but what happens is that if you are attempting to tell how the earth, the stars, everything was created, and you leave so much out, then you leave it to other people to fill the void. Okay, and then you don't have a leg to stand on and say that somebody's wrong. You had your chance, you didn't do it. So now
I don't think that his position was to say, "Oh, you're wrong," or "You're wrong." I don't think his position was to be an adversary to science. I think his position was to try to correlate science with religion to a degree. You know what I'm saying?
So when he tells us that we need to learn our true selves, right? And, leave the white man's history about us, the science about us alone. I think that's very important to tell us, how things started. And if you can do that, that's like validating the whole God thing. Okay, so now
he never said leave it alone. He always contended that science, history, math, and whatever you want to go only bears witness to what he's teaching. Is only going to give you a deeper point of view to it. But it was never abandoned, quote unquote, science.
All right, so far science doesn't agree with the Adam growing brains and all that stuff, and it was a black guy. So now this is chapter 19 of the same book. Our Savior has arrived. This is starting from the beginning. According to the teachings to me of man's histories by Allah, so God is the teacher, the history teacher, in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, praises is due to him forever, the great Mahdi and the Messiah that the world has been expected to come for the last 2,000 years, has come and is going about his work as he predicted that he would do. He taught me for 3 years, day and night, on the histories of the two people, black and white. That's a lot of teaching, 3 years, day and night. What he taught me verifies the teachings of the Bible and the Holy Quran, if rightly understood, of the two people, black and white. He said that there was no birth record of the black man, and therefore no one can say how old the black nation is. Okay, I mean, all right. As far back as he said, a record has been kept. So this is the furthest they can go back trying to find the birth record of the black nation. It dates 76 trillion years. Okay. Big Bang say 13, 14 billion. He says 76, and look, it goes back even further. This is the furthest they can date it back. 76 trillion years. These years, 76 trillion, were divided into periods of 6 trillion years beyond 66 trillion years, which would make the said figure 76 be 78 instead of 76 trillion. So it's actually 78 trillion. I will not go into the finer details here. I bet you won't. That's a lot of information to uncover. 78 trillion years.
That's definitely NOI science.
All right. He said, I ain't gonna talk about those details.
You know, just a few short years ago, they all believed this world was 6,000 years old. They taught that. This society taught that not 30, 40 years ago. Now, 30 years later, they're saying, or 50 years ago, whatever you want to say. They weren't saying it was 14 billion years old.
Well,
they were saying, hold on, let me finish this real quick.
If they're coming to, well, I just want to read the science. If they're coming to 70, if your point is they'll get there, maybe you're right. But that's going to be.
Yeah, my only point is y'all talking about science and what science says, but science said something different 20 years ago and something different 20 years before that. So this science that y'all saying is so concrete because you read it on Wikipedia.
No. See,
they change that shit every day.
Okay, dude. Now we got you just ranting at this point. All right, you just ranting. You're saying what science says. Nobody agrees with that. All right, and science never said this is the absolute date. It's saying what we got so far today, 2021 going to 22. This is the years that we come up with. Okay.
Right. He said he got his from the Almighty, and that's what he is professing.
But
so we've seen in 40 years they getting closer and closer to his number.
All right, see how you want to do this, man? This is what you want. Okay, science attempted to tell you how they got to that number using science. They didn't say think it over or don't ask me no questions, or I won't go into finer details here. Science exhausted itself trying to give you the finer details, and with their finer details, they came up with their number. This man
just because he said he don't want to go into finer detail in his small book,
but that's all we got. The point is, he didn't go into
one part of his book.
Cool. If you can find something else, we're all open.
Yeah, you trying to say because he said I won't go into details here in this chapter because I'm going somewhere else.
All right, bro, we're not, bro. Just
like it's weak.
Bro, while I'm reading, you go find the other details.
All right, I'll go mute myself.
Thank you.
Just talk.
Thank you. And we need the evidence because remember, it's their science, it's actual science, and it's your science. And this is no science here. This is just somebody talking. Don't ask no questions. I won't go into fine details. Allah taught me we don't know.
When did he say don't ask questions? That's bullshit. You're making that up.
Hey, back up. I got you. You sure?
Yes.
Cool.
I didn't say don't ask no questions.
I got
If he posed a question and said
So that's
we
on me.
don't know,
No,
that's the
it's
answer.
on me. It's on me.
It's
But
not,
okay,
don't ask no
bro, you're
questions.
saying the same thing 10 times. Okay, I said it. It's on me, right? Okay, I got it. Cool.
Okay, before we pivot somewhere, can I ask about this specific time age that he was quoting, and then what the socially accepted or traditional people were saying? What were you saying, like 6,000 years?
Yeah.
And then the brother, what, Mr. Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, the honorable, right? He came with a different source at a time that nobody else was coming with the source. Is that what you're claiming?
No, that's not what I'm claiming. What I'm
That's
claiming.
what I'm asking for clarify.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking for clarity.
What I'm claiming is that this science that you guys are saying is so irrefutable that if we juxtapose his number to this science's number, it you know, and it proves him wrong. But this same science was different 20 years ago, and 20 years before that, and 20 years before that.
Because you can't
And 100 years before that, they
you
said
can't
the
paint
Earth is
science
flat.
as like one broad entity. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what's confusing. Like, oh, science is this, science. No, there's a
I'm
bunch of
not.
different
I'm just
sciences.
saying that. I'm just saying
Okay,
that it's not absolute.
just
based upon
understand
what
it.
they
I'm
said.
not
Go ahead.
debating or trying to be contentious.
ahead.
Everything
I'm
that
gonna
I'm
go on mute.
asking is
Go
for
ahead.
clarity. No, I'm okay. Right on. But what I'm trying to get in under,
No,
shit,
not
this-
disrespectfully. I'm just saying I don't want to be the ranter and the unhinged. I'm saying I'm gonna go on mute peacefully.
He's actually addressing you. This is the time to not.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to get information from you, but when we go back and forth, it throws me off because I'm trying not to be offensive. I'm working on trying to ask questions and get clear responses without people getting defensive and antagonistic, and it just, because then I get annoyed and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing this for? All right, so because I'm trying to get information. So so what we're trying to clarify is that he didn't have specific information, but the information he had was closer to what traditional people knew at the time. Is that what we're saying so far?
No.
Eh,
It was,
no,
it was,
okay.
it was completely opposite. Yeah. Like traditional people were saying the Earth was 6,000 years old, roughly.
And he had more
he
accurate
went-
numbers to what reality is.
He went way further and beyond that and said,
Okay, so what I'm saying is what you just clarified. So you said no,
mean?
but
no. You said that his stance mirrored the stance of the time, and I'm telling you it didn't. It was the exact opposite. They said
I
one
don't
thing,
remember
he went
saying
way
mirror.
farther.
Okay, let me try this again. Yeah,
Okay,
I
yeah,
must
maybe-
really
maybe
suck
I'm-
at this. I don't know in other
maybe-
levels and other forums, and I seem to just be clear, but for some reason when I get here, it's just wow. All right, so what I'm trying to understand is
Now you're being contentious. but go
traditional
ahead.
knowledge. Again, I'm asking for clarity. If I'm doing a bad
In
job,
a
forgive
contentious way, but go ahead.
Okay, if I'm contentious, I apologize. That is not my
And I
goal.
accept your apology, but go ahead.
Thank you.
You
Okay.
don't have to
Now,
apologize.
what I'm trying to get clarity on is he, and I think we're saying the same thing, he was more accurate in comparison what the traditional people believed with regards to the 6,000 and then the other number. That's what I'm stating. You said no, and then you reiterated what I stated.
I
What
still don't
I'm
understand
asking
what you're
is,
saying.
but
I'm sorry.
I'm certain you do, but I'm sure the audience has gotten it by now. But what
I'm
I'm trying to
sorry.
state,
Like,
you're
that's a
still
confusing
talking, and I'm
question.
trying to clarify, and it's always going to confuse me because Bias brought it up before. When you're making sense and people don't like where you're going, they're going to interrupt you and cut you off. So I'm clear. I thought Bias was bullshitting, but damn it, he seems to be right most of the time with this shit. We're dealing with this group of people. But what I'm trying to clarify
now we're
is,
these people.
we
Wow.
understand these group, this specific group, religious, Muslim. I don't mean to generalize, but I'm getting confused as
man,
I'm
just
trying to
get your
speak. So
point
let me
out,
try to
buddy.
get. It would be easier if you didn't interrupt me.
All right,
I'm
go
struggling here, and I'll admit it. I am
ahead.
struggling.
You are.
Back
but
to
go
the
ahead.
point. Technology tends to get better with time. So we're going to get more accurate, and we're going to get more information as time goes along.
Right.
Right. So what all I was trying to do is not condemn you. I was trying to steelman your argument and help you out. But you see how contentious this last fucking
I'm
four-
not contentious. I just
see, now
didn't
you're cutting me
understand
off. Now
you.
you're cutting
I'm
me
sorry.
off. Now you're cutting me off.
Stop being
Now
sensitive.
you're cutting
You are
me
being
off.
contentious.
When you went, everybody was quiet, man. Even
All
myself.
I'm trying to say is all
I
I'm
said
trying
I
to
was
say
gonna go
is
on mute. You
the
told me not to
all I'm
because he was
trying to
talking
say
to me. Now
is
you're
the
telling me
honorable.
the fuck. Like,
All I'm trying to say is the honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yeah, he may not have been accurate, but he's been proven more accurate with time as technology came when they were stuck at 6,000. That's all I was trying to do, but you kept cutting me off and interrupting me and trying to be contentious the whole point because you thought I was going somewhere else. And this is all I'm trying to say. Even when I first got on and I realized you're coming out here swinging, I'm like, bro, you're sounding erratical. Just write your stuff down so you can try to address his points point by point. But when you got on, you start bringing up the backstory, talking about your argument and what you were talking about him in the barbershop and all this type of stuff, and you missed your points. You were stepping on your points because you're so frustrated. All I'm trying to do is make you sound or bring you back to your original points, but you're just so, I don't know what the backstory is, but my man, you're so frustrated. You're such on the defense, which you may have a valid point in being, but you're so defensive that it's so fucking hard to talk to you. And I'm just gonna hop off the panel because I feel like no matter how hard I try, I just cannot be antagonistic towards you. No matter what I
I'm
say,
sorry.
for some reason
I'm
it's
not.
antagonistic. So let me
I
just fall
think these
back.
people. Before you leave, though, real quick, watch it. I think people
Okay.
have seen me on this panel, have noticed me on this panel, and guess what? I'm way more fucking irate than I am now. I'm normally a wild guy. Like I'm normally like I try to go on mute. I'm trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to take a different approach to things. And I tell you, buddy, I really didn't understand your question. I mean, I didn't understand. I wasn't clear. Like when you were saying, oh, so you guys were your point. I mean, his point was mirroring. I thought you were saying that it was like closer to the socially accepted scientific view of the time or something like that. But you were saying that as it grows, it's getting closer to. I was literally confused, and I do apologize.
Understand that,
But I'm not
that's all
irate, not upset.
All right, right on. And I appreciate that because I feel like this is more. All I'm trying to do is bring the conversation back to logical points that we can have contentious on. Now, when we get emotional, it just dilutes it. And I'm not great at staying succinct to the point. So let me fall back and let Bias and Akachi and the other people on the panel, because this is more their avenue. I just try to keep whatever. I feel I fucking fail. So let me just fall back. I'll say slick shit in the chat. Peace, y'all.
Watcher, I love you, man. No disrespect, bro. My fault, man. All right, it's all good. Love my people. Love my people. Yeah, man.
All right, so hold.
Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I do apologize if I'm being a little bit too much, but like I said, when I first got up on here, it was like, oh yeah, it's got DJ Focus in the barbershop. He didn't want to hang up. Next thing I know, yeah, Elijah Muhammad, hey, ha. So yeah, I did come up here a little bit in the words of Unbiased, gloves off. Maybe I should have put my gloves on and taped my joints a little bit.
With the gloves, he didn't have them more to begin with.
I had my socks on, nigga. I have my shoes on. I'm coming. Gloves off, socks off. Nigga, I'm trying to kickbox. It's like, nah. Nah, but I think this was a good build, though. Look, man, I mean, at the end of the day, I know the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he taught. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's just go into it. Now, it's funny you mentioned the kickboxing. I was watching a bare knuckle bout the other day. I just happened to click it. It was like, a suggestion. Like these white folks are actually in there with tape on their knuckles, no glove, nothing. Just punch each other. Like, come on. Like yeah, listen, y'all want to take it there, you're gonna lose in that too. Like, I don't get it. All right, so anyway. So going back.
Hold on, baby.
Where we were. Okay. This is chapter 19. He said that there was no birth record of the black man, and therefore none can say how old the black nation is. As far back as he said, a record has been kept. It dates 76 trillion years. These 76 years were divided. I read that. He said, I will not go into fine details here. I hope to go into the details and analysis of our Lord's Master Muhammad. Okay, teachings to me in a book entitled Black and White. Do you have that book, DJ Focus? DJ Focus, do you have the book Black and White?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, so that's the book he said that he was going to go and find in details. Okay, so let me just bring this. Oh my God, look at this. Look, what was that? All right, so anyway.
Oh my God.
Uh,
Put that there.
okay, so I'm going to skip past that. Okay, so now I'm going to jump down to that was 19. I'm going to jump down to 23. All right, we're dealing with the science here, like the science. So the whole point of going here. So in case we got lost, the whole point of reading this is that I'm hearing their science, their school, their education is unfit, right? Then you have, then we have what we're going to teach in our schools. When we do for self, have our own nation, when it's built up, going schools, and this is what's going to be taught. If it's up to the Nation of Islam, you know, they're going to teach this science in the schools as the correct or the actual science. The other science that's supposed to be more correct. No problem. So now,
Honestly, that doesn't even really go into the realms of science like that. The Nation of Islam, we deal with regular science. We deal with science as science is, because it's much more than the Big Bang and the first God. It's so much deeper than that. So we actually deal with the natural sciences, and we would teach the natural sciences in the University of Islam. So it's not like we're gonna be like biology 101. God created a crown and put the Milky Way. Like that's not how that goes. So
I mean,
like,
if this is all we got,
now when you're dealing with history, okay, when you're dealing with the history of things and you're a theological person and people want to know, well, how did it start? Well, we can deal with science to a degree and glean certain things based upon the atoms, based upon the intelligence creating things and having intelligence prior to creation. You know, based upon these certain things, we can glean certain things and deduce this is what happened there. But we don't know because we weren't there. And guess what? This is what I was taught. So the teachings, it far goes past this. But this is what this is what a lot of people try to do when they get emotional.
Right. Yeah. This point you're teaching. Right. So check this out. Okay. So we're at chapter 23. Our series arrived. We're at paragraph 30. According to Allah's, God's teaching to me, the age of the present earth. Do you know, by the way, according to the teachings, the age of the earth? DJ Focus?
Isn't it 86 trillion or something like that? Something like that.
Well, how could it be older than the universe? Because the universe is 78 trillion years.
What?
If the
No,
universe,
I think he just said that. Well, you know what? I got to get clarity on that. I'm not sure. But go ahead. Finish. I don't know.
I got you. So he teaches that the universe, as far as they know, as far as back they can go. Now, you keep saying we don't know, but then you have a date. You have 78 trillion years, so you do know.
He said as far back as we could go.
Right.
He just said we weren't there to record 76 trillion years ago, so we don't know exactly what happened or how it happened. Like you don't know about the Big Bang.
Relax, my man. This is what you do. You start to rant like
I'm sorry.
you said when we're getting somewhere. He's saying he doesn't know, we weren't there. But then he'll give you a date, 78 trillion years. How do you know that? How do you know about 70?
He just explained that. He know that according to what he was taught.
Right.
That's
Okay.
it. That's it.
Okay, cool. Other than somebody telling him,
Teaching him.
he doesn't, other than somebody's teaching him something. He don't know any other way. Like he is no way.
No, he said that 30 times already. I'm only a messenger. I'm not here of myself. I'm only teaching you what I've been taught. According to the teachings given down to me. Now,
Right,
I was given these teachings and I worked out with him.
So when he said we don't know, right? We weren't there. Is he also representing God? God thoughts?
Well, what's your perception of God? Because as a former member of the Nation of
come on.
Islam,
because this starting to go nowhere, man. Let's have a genuine conversation, man. Because if you don't know, just say you don't know. Or if the messenger, if you don't know how he came to that, say I don't know.
I
how
just
he
said he came to it based upon what he was
Yeah, but
taught.
now you
That's
talking-
clear. That's all. He
You're not-
said
you're not
according to
being
what he
genuine
was
in the
taught.
conversation, man.
Hold
And
on,
it's
wait,
starting to
wait,
get
wait, wait,
annoying.
wait,
That's
wait,
why I
wait,
want to sign
Come
off.
on.
No.
You said, how did he come up with this?
Focus, dude.
I told you, he just said he got it
Dude,
from his
we heard
teacher.
that. We heard that. But then
That's
you
it.
said, but then you
Third grade education. He never said he was a rocket scientist
focus.
who graduated from MIT.
He should have been if you're gonna talk about how the
No, his teaching was
Okay.
far more than that.
I got it, my man. You gotta
Right.
let dude, you're interrupting at
That's because I'm being accused. Of being
nobody knows we're
disingenuous.
not being, we're listening. You're saying you don't know, but then you go and talk about it. Like he said, if you don't know, that's it. Go on mute and listen.
How is that? What you're trying to do is purposely skew.
All right,
The
focus.
point.
Okay, relax. I gave you 5 minutes to go in.
I'm clarifying it. Now go ahead. Because
You just say you don't know. Cool. You
not
don't.
going like you thought it was going to go.
That actually is going well. It's not going.
Yeah, this is what you do. You get emotional, then you try to put the nation on trial with the same 6
Look,
points you've been making for 15 years, and it's not going like you thought it was going to go.
Got you. It's good. He's going to cut in. He cut the watcher. He's cutting everybody. Now, the people other than DJ Focus, because I don't want to respond and getting all crazy. Akachi and everybody listening. He just said, he answered it. We don't know, but all we can go back as far as 78 trillion years. He can't verify, he can't corroborate, he can't substantiate it. It's just what God told him. And when he said we don't know the actual dates and time, I simply was asking, is he also speaking for his God? Well, who's God? The guy who was the atom spinning around, creating himself in darkness. That guy. So
That's why I asked, what's your perception of God? Because as a former member of the Nation of Islam, we don't believe in no omnipresent God.
Wait,
we
dude,
don't believe
not-
that first Adam God is still
okay,
here,
look,
and you
look,
know that. So stop
look,
being disingenuous with your questioning.
this guy is out of control. He has no self-discipline. What is he talking about? I'm asking him a question.
Right.
I'm saying, I know what Elijah Muhammad said. He said, as far as the information he got, they can only go back 78 trillion years trying to find out the birth date of the black man or universe, whatever. Okay. Then I was saying, is he also speaking for God? The God that he used the word God, which would be my concept. The concept Elijah Muhammad used. He said God created himself from an atom spinning in darkness with brains on it. That God. So when he said we don't know, is he speaking for that God with the brains?
No. See,
Okay.
according to the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, that God is no longer with us. He served the purpose and put in.
That got nothing to do with my point. If I don't care if he's with
It does,
no,
though.
it does not. You want to make it the point. It's not. Okay. That's not the point. The point is, did he know or not? Did the first God, was he unaware of the beginning or not? So when Elijah Muhammad said that we don't know, was he also speaking for the first God? The atom of life. That's all. You don't know, yes or no. That's all it had to be. All right. So let's move on. He's trying to avoid this.
Bruh, he said, we don't know. We don't know. That means he's talking to us and the people who's reading this. He's not talking about somebody who.
I got it. Okay, it's the same way he charged.
Clown, yo.
I got it. Then he goes to name calling. This what, like you said, this is what they all
Cause you mute me. OD.
off your screen. I'm trying to get somewhere, and this is why I didn't want you in the room while I was playing the video. This is what you're gonna do. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna add confusion, argument.
You asked me a question. What are you talking about the first God? Now when I go to
But
answer
you
it, I'm
ain't
ranting.
answering the question, man. God
I
damn.
am.
No,
I am.
you're not.
This is my
Just because
answer.
you give a response, don't
Okay,
mean
listen,
answer
sir,
the
sir,
question.
sir.
You going
He
on and
asked-
on and
hold
on,
on,
not
hold on,
answering the
okay.
question.
Wait.
All right. Real quick. Let's clarify.
Wait. Before you give an answer, I asked the question. Okay. Okay.
Loves muting me.
I'm muting you because I'm not gonna have you just answer anything. The question was real simple, my man. Okay, because it's not looking good for you right now. I asked a simple.
Bruh.
Okay, I asked it. Can I get it out? I asked a simple question. When Elijah Muhammad said, "We don't know," is he also speaking for the God who gave him the information?
No, he's talking about us.
Okay,
We.
got it, got
That's
it.
what we means.
Got
We
it.
means
Okay,
us.
cool.
Who he's
Got it.
talking to.
Got it, bro. You said it 4 times. Okay, cool.
All
So my
right, but you won't want me to clarify
Okay,
my
so
point.
my-
You just
what's-
want got it.
What's to clarify? You gave
Mute.
No,
you
I
gave
have to
Hey, man, what you mean? I have. You gave the answer.
explain. All right, whatever.
I got a follow up now. You gave the answer. What else could you say?
No, you have no follow-up if you let me explain. That's why you have to shut me off.
The question is very simple. You answered it. So now my follow-up was this. Since he's not speaking for the first God, the Adam of light, do you believe that the God knew the actual time?
The actual time? What do you mean?
The actual beginning of everything.
Did he know it was the beginning?
Dude,
Um,
no, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. You see what I'm saying?
I'm
I'm gonna answer
confused.
for him.
I'm
yeah.
confused though.
Yeah, he believes the guy knew, but the guy just chose not to tell him.
Okay.
No,
then-
no, I don't believe that. That's bullshit.
Why is that bullshit? That's the best
Bruh,
answer.
No,
Right.
it's
for everything
not.
you said
Because
right
guess
now.
what? Watch why y'all won't allow me to elaborate. See,
Because
Elijah
you want
Muhammad
it.
hold on. Elijah Muhammad teaches that first God is no longer with us. That first God has perished, as we all will perish.
Kachi, what they
That
got?
the universe produced, it got everything to do with it. Because if you asking me about that particular God,
That's
and whether
not
he's and
asking
whether
you.
we're hold on, and whether we're speaking for him,
You answered it.
how?
Dude, you just answered. Yo, Kachi, is this dude?
I'm confused.
He acting
I'm
like
confused.
he retarded, man, or he drunk
How?
or something.
Okay, clarify your question.
Okay, dude,
There's no clarity needed. You just need to calm down and listen.
right. You answered the question already.
Right. Didn't even mean to. You answered his question by
I,
accident.
I know I answered it, but then he asked a follow-up question, which
Dude, what's the
fucking
follow-up question?
confused me.
Dude, what's
What
the
is wrong
follow-up
with that? Why can't I be confused?
My brother, what is the follow-up?
Fuck?
Dude, what is the follow-up question? Can you repeat?
That's what I'm asking you. Clarify the follow-up.
Let me clarify. I'm just going to ask it again.
But this guy got to get on here and focus. No. Don't say shit. Mute him. He's being crazy.
I'm not even reading it.
Fuck.
I'm going to ask a simple question, okay? You just said we don't know. He's speaking for humanity. Cool.
I didn't say. Oh yeah, well, humanity. Okay, whatever.
You see this?
Yeah. Humanity.
Oh my God.
Fine. Humanity.
You just want to bark. All right. Secondly, my follow-up is this. Real simple. It's yes or no. And this is literally a yes or no question. Do you believe the author of the message, that the info that's given to him, do you believe the author knew when the beginning was?
Knew when the beginning was.
Yeah.
To his best estimate, yes, 76 trillion. I don't know exact beginning, but yeah, I believe he did. I believe that he.
Right.
his-
Listen
Yeah, I
to the
believe he
question.
did.
I'm gonna
I
rephrase
believe he
it for
did.
you.
I believe he did. I answered it. I believe he did.
Relax. Go ahead, Akachi.
Okay, look, what he was asking you, the Elijah Muhammad got the message from a guy. I don't care if it was the first guy or the second one. He's asking you.
It's not a first or second, nothing. But go ahead.
Okay, well, he got the message from a guy, correct?
Right.
Did that guy know about the beginning? Did he know?
He already said no. Only to,
Okay, so
to
now you
appropriate
contradicting yourself
a
'cause you
certain
just
time
said
and
yes.
date. Only to appropriate the time and date. You asked when. You asked, did he know when the beginning was? Then you asked, did he know about the beginning? See, there's two different questions. See, when is a particular date?
All right.
How exactly it happened? That's something totally different.
This is a guy we're talking about. We're not talking about.
Right. That's
well,
why you're
however you
Big
cut-
Bang.
however you cut
That's why you're
something
Big
like that.
Bang.
No, we're not talking about Big Bang. We're not
Hold up,
talking
though, but
about.
I can clarify it though. Relax.
We're talking about
Mondale.
Big Bang.
I
We're
can
not-
clarify my point without you curtailing it and all of that.
Dude, you asked what point? I got the points. You're answering the question. I'm asking.
Okay, so what I'm saying is
Answer.
this: the Big Bang is a theory.
Dude,
It's a
dude,
theory
wait,
that's
dude,
not
wait,
Nobody
testable.
mentioned the Big Bang.
Hold on, real quick.
No, we're not doing Big Bang. We're not
I
doing
know,
talking
but I
about
want to
NOI
clarify.
science.
I just want to clarify how you're.
You don't need to. Look, dude. You knew you came to the show, dude. It's called the NOI doctrine is on trial. Okay,
Fine,
So you're
sir.
answering to the
What?
doctrine. That's all.
This is why I don't do this. So I'll do this.
Yeah, man, get her signed.
This
Get her signed.
this is where it gets wacky. We're not gonna let him talk more.
You making it wacky, yo. You making it wacky. And what's crazy is I agree with a lot of NOI doctrine, and I am contending with you because you are talking foolishness,
Bruh,
bro.
okay,
It's
all right,
you.
fine. But don't tell me say yes or no.
So
Don't
focus.
tell me.
So you got it. Do it. Look. I can say that. You don't. You can.
Don't tell me not to mention the Big Bang. Let me answer my.
No, I don't. We're taught the NOI doctrine on trial. You can request. You can request.
Oh God, this guy.
Look, I got you. He's clearly understanding.
You can't say this. You can't say that.
Focus, Colleen. I don't
Mute
want.
him.
I don't want to put you in the waiting room, my man. But
Put me in the weight room. I'm done for the night.
okay, good.
Yeah, man, you need a timeout, bro.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Dude, you're wilding right now in front of the whole world. Okay. So paragraph 30. I asked you the earth of the age of the earth. You said you don't know. Basically, you don't know. Okay. So according to Allah's God's teaching to me, he made it clear who's teaching him. The age of the present earth is around 76 trillion years old. The earth we live on is 76 trillion years old. Of course, the earth's material does not decay fast, but it's decaying. Then he says, science proves this. What science proves that the earth is 76 trillion years old? Now, that's a question.
Okay, so I'm going to answer my question, and I'm going to answer it in fully. And I'm going to use the Big Bang, and you're not going to shut me up because you're afraid for me to correlate my points.
I'm going to give you a 3-minute answer.
Jesus Lord.
You're getting 3 minutes.
Okay. Now, the question that you asked and that you posed, how old is the earth? And how exactly did the first God come here? Or when did the universe? Those are two vastly different questions. And when one says, oh, it's around 78 trillion years, but we weren't there to record, so we don't know exactly verbatim how it went down. Well, that's the same thing with the Big Bang. You guessing as to how the universe began, but you also saying, but we know it's around 14 billion years old. But then you gave a guess and a theory to how it began, but you weren't there. And it's not testable or verifiable. So you made some shit up after you came up with a date. So don't now tell me that when Elijah Muhammad says 76 trillion years, but we're not exactly sure at the beginning because we weren't there to record. Don't tell me it's some sort of contradiction, but then you follow Darwin, who don't know how it happened at the beginning, but gave you a number 2. See, that's why you don't want me to articulate my points. No, I'm not looking crazy for the world. Just let me get my point out, and then we'll go from there. Now, you said, well, what science? You say, yo, science proves this. He was saying that science proves that the earth is decaying. That's what he was saying. Read that again. Science proves that the earth was decaying. That was the point. Okay? So the 76 trillion years are old. That is what he was told. That is what he was taught. He said it himself. He said, I'm only here professing what I was taught by the God who taught me. That's the 76 trillion. That's where that comes from. Then when he says the earth is decaying, science proved this, that's two totally different statements. You can't correlate the two to try to find some sort of contradiction.
Okay, I thought you were going that he got the 76 trillion. First, I thought you said, because you bring it up decay when nobody said decay. So at first, I thought you were trying to say that he's measuring the rate at which the earth is decaying to come up with the 76. And now you're saying it's two separate statements. And so if those two don't got nothing to do with it, you just spent 30 minutes talking about nothing, bruh.
No, you misunderstanding my point, bruh.
No, I'm not.
I'm telling you, when he says science proves this, excuse me, sir. I'm just saying, when he said, well, all right, I'm just saying.
Why did you bring up
you asked,
if that didn't have nothing to do with how he calculated?
I'm just letting you know that was the point he was making when he said science proves this. That's all. That's all. Now, when you ask him, well, where'd you get the 76 trillion number from? He's going to tell you, I got it from my teacher. I'm a man with a 3rd grade education who was given a knowledge and given a time to work out. Now let's see what I did. Let's see how I progressed. Let's talk about the entirety of my teachings, not page 30, 32 of one of my books. This is what you do. But let's talk about the entirety of my teachings, right?
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
So now you just said the entirety of the book. I'm reading in the book about creation. I'm not skipping any parts about creation. I'm reading about the creation story, right? Of the first God along with the cosmos. So you got a problem with that?
Listen, I don't have a problem with none of it. I mean, I preface this entire argument and conversation by saying I really don't even have these conversations. I don't. All of y'all know, yes, I grew up in a nation. I love the Most High Elijah Muhammad. I love Minister Louis Farrakhan. And at the end of the day, I do believe in the teachings and the salvation for my people. However, I'm not on my deen. I ain't been in a mosque in years. I don't wear a bow tie. I'm wearing long dreads right now. So, and I only say that. I only say that because it's fair. Real quick.
No.
Real quick, though. I just want to say that real quick.
You just went for 3 minutes. No, I cannot do that. You uninterrupted. You went for 3 minutes.
This guy is crazy.
You want the floor again?
I don't. I just want to say to all the nation listeners out there, don't pick me as the quote unquote
We're not.
right. I'm not in the nation right now. So I don't want any nation members who making their meetings, wearing bow ties, or doing all of that to act like I'm some representative, quote unquote.
Now, just now, what is that?
I'm gonna represent the best of my ability, but
dude, yo,
this
is very unbecoming of yourself, man. Like, really?
You're not gonna go look at DJ.
I'm still going.
All right, whatever, man. Whatever. You win. You win.
Am I winning? Okay, cool. Relax. You said what you had to say. I said, get it out. 3 minutes, go. You win it.
You love cutting me off. You're afraid of my points. But go.
3 minutes. What are you talking about? You got 3 minutes.
That's fine. But if I say let me make one last point, just let me make it. No. Like, come on, bro.
Spoiled as hell,
man. Ridiculous, bro. It's
Damn,
ridiculous.
you spoiled as hell.
Just let me make my last little point.
Childish,
Bring it home.
Hey, man, hold that.
My last little point.
Hold it.
You got it.
He's purposely gonna be disruptive. So look, they do that. They purposely be disrespectful, disruptive, so I could mute them or put them in the waiting rooms. That's their excuse to leave. He's doing this on purpose. He's throwing a temper tantrum right now on purpose. But I'm not gonna bail you out.
Y'all talking about me, my religion, what I believed in. You started it by talking about I was running from you. Now you're talking about I'm getting defensive. Like, bro,
because you
I'm a
are
child.
getting defensive. It's an intellectual conversation, man.
What is this? Yo, something is mentally fucked up. I didn't want to curse today, but something is not right now.
Oh God.
The dude cannot stop. I'm moving on to a different chapter. Okay, is that fine?
That's fine, but I can at least say, let's preface this that I'm not quote unquote the pure representative of the nation. I can say that. I can say that.
Dude, you just said it. I'll say it for you.
I didn't say it. I said it between you chopping me up and cutting me off.
Got it. Listen, disclaimer. He is not representing the Nation of Islam. He is representing himself. He's limited on certain subjects. He's by himself. So his view.
Not limited. Don't just say that. I'm trying to switch it.
Bruh.
I'm telling you, I'm not shooting both.
That's not an insult to say that you're limited. We're all limited.
He's trying to throw stones, though.
No, he's not.
Get out of here.
He's not, bro. You need to calm down. He ain't trying to throw stones. He's just acknowledging the point that, hey, this guy's not God and he don't know everything. And he may or may not be as studious in this area. There's nothing wrong with that. Calm down, bro.
Yeah, but that's not my point. I want the people to know that as much as I'm up here, see that?
Look, he's gonna go, yo. This.
Why can't I just rebut his point?
No, there's no need to. There's no need to. We give you time.
It is.
Okay, I said.
Just directly.
Come on, my man. Because now, look, I don't know if you know this, but there is a way I can mute permanently, right? Where you can't unmute yourself. I don't want to do that because then I got to give both of you permission to mute yourself. It gets wacky. It gets crazy. The only
man. Yo, I appreciate y'all. Good night.
Got it right. I understand. You got to run. Go ahead. Nobody's gonna be crying for you. Akachi, I promise you, my man. The only time I had to ever permanently mute a panel. Now you would think we had very contentious subjects. We cut each other out. The only time I ever had to mute a panel was my elementary kids.
Man, you know what? Truth be told, I kind of like this dude's heart and spirit, but he's one of these people who they too proud to admit when they don't know something. And truth be told, based on what he's speaking, he don't know a lot. There's a lot he don't know. He's using words incorrectly. He's trying to sound smart, using big words that don't fit in his sentences. They don't match. Like, come on, man, you don't know. I see what he's trying to do, and I admire him for trying to do it. But guys, damn, man, at some point, you can only fake the funk for so long. You know what I'm saying? And he was faking, man. And he's passionate about NOI, and you know what I'm saying. And it probably has changed his life, and I respect that. You know what I'm saying? And you know personally, well, I mean, you don't know me personally, but you know based on what you know about me that, you know, there's a lot of similarities between what I believe in the NOI. So right. I'm not his antagonist. I'm not his enemy. But that guy, there's something wrong with him. You need to invite Hassan on the panel, because he was I don't know, he just did a better job of articulating his points and speaking on, you know what I'm saying, on his philosophy. There's something wrong with him, man. He's not mature, man. I don't know how old he was. I'm guessing he like 21 with the mind of a 16-year-old.
Nah. He's
he older than that?
He's like mid-30s.
Mid-30s. See, that's our people, man. That's our people. This is what he was talking. This is what, when you were playing the video, and Elijah Muhammad was talking about how I don't even remember what was it.
Dumb and blind.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. That's what he was talking about. We don't even realize he is, man. That shit was ridiculous, man.
Hey, yo, listen. Hey, yo, look, I did this for y'all, right? And we got more. But thanks for the coffee earlier. Thank you. That Cash App is still there, right? I'm gonna need I'm gonna need a drink, you dig? All right. So, chapter 26, verse 20, it says, the will of Allah must be done. Now, you know what? Forget about that. Let's go into the making of man, all right? Because remember, they claim the white man's science, and then there's actual science. Like the white man's science is got some holes in it, whatever, right? So, cool. But then they act like their science is foolproof, right? Because why would you throw rocks at a glass house, living in a glass house? Why would you say that white man's science got holes in it, and then you have your alternative science and you got holes in it? So what's the point? And your holes are huge. Matter of fact, you don't even have science. He just said that God said it. Then he said earlier, God don't snap his finger and produce things out of nowhere. Dude, his information comes out of nowhere. God said 78 trillion years. No, he said 76 trillion years. He said, matter of fact, if you add the so and so and so on, it's actually 78 trillion. So God, you doing the math on the fly? Then he just said God doesn't know. But then he's calling God. This guy can grow brains in space. As an helium atom. Their God can grow brains on a helium atom. And he's growing human brains on a helium atom. You know how tiny an atom is? Like nobody even can see that thing, even with all type of telescopes and microscopes. Okay, so a helium atom, their God is. He grew brains on himself. He can do that miracle thing, miraculous thing. But he don't know when the beginning was, and he can't snap his fingers and create stuff. That's beyond me. The dude was a helium atom. It said he had to grow brains to know what to build next, because he's in the process of self-creation. He's creating himself. Okay. Oh my God. Hey man, Boom, welcome, Boom. Let me mod you up. You dropped the link in there in case anybody. Thanks for coming on, Kachi, because you really, because without you, he'd have thought I was just out to get him. You dig? I'm so glad that somebody else, the Watcher had enough.
I see. I actually, when the Watcher was signing off, I thought about it too, but I figured, man, I was gonna need some help.
Yeah. I threw that in there, and we're gonna get to this Yakub thing. And okay, he's back. All right. Let me change his name. His name is Colleen, but he goes by DJ Folk. Yo, next time, tell me to change his name right away. So, you know, we all got real names, but we use our screen names. So, you know what I mean? So let's respect each other's screen names. He's DJ Focus. We got Akachi. We got The Watcher. I'm a bias sports. Now, for me personally, DJ Focus, just for the record, because, you know, you called me Rondell, you said, I mean, unbiased. For me, DJ Focus, it wouldn't matter. Like, you could use Rondell or unbiased. And the reason is because I encourage people to send me friend requests on Facebook to keep in contact with me. You know what I mean? Just in case the channel gets shut down and things like that, updates. So, but even though my name is Rondell Harrison, I got 2 Facebook accounts. I use Ron Harrison. So if you send Rondell a Facebook request, I'm probably not going to accept it. So if you send me a Ron Harrison Facebook request, you can do that. But make sure I know it's you from, you know, the live stream, the chat, or the panel, because I won't just accept anybody. Okay, so just on that. So for me, you could say Ron. I like Ron better, to be honest. But if you say Rondell, that's not a problem. Anybody can say Ron or Rondell, unbiased. It's up to you. Anybody can use any name.
Nobody to agree or anything, but
right.
You know, I just want to get these teachings out here to the people.
Yeah. So when he get done, he gets done, you can ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, like you're
breaking up bad.
Welcome to do that. Yeah, but I'm taking my time out here. So okay, all right. So as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches that Allah Himself created Himself out of a life atom, and then He goes on to explain that if you take a microscope and or a magnifying glass, excuse me, and you look out through the magnifying glass, you will see all kind of atoms. You will see atoms. And he says that if you
magnifying glass?
Look, he said yes. He said that then if you can look further into that atom, then you will see the whole universe in that one atom. And he said Allah Himself created Himself out of that atom.
So
he created Himself out of that single atom.
Hey, Brother Eric, that's interesting. Which atom would that be?
We are atoms. We're made up of atoms.
But they're all right. According to the periodic element chart, they're all there, right? So which atom would he be? Oxygen.
Right. You can never. There's never a time where you didn't have the atom of life in the universe.
Yes, it was, my brother. The first.
No.
I think you talk about the God particle.
All right, hold on. Wait, before we do that, all right, if you're going to deal with science, okay, the atoms were not always here.
Well, I'm dealing with the teachings. I'm dealing with the teachings. I'm not dealing with the white man science.
No.
I'm dealing with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Using the word atom, right?
That's all I'm here to do is share those teachings. I'm not here to convert nobody.
No problem,
brother. Go back and forth with anybody. I'm here to share these teachings.
Brother Eric.
And that's it, brother.
Eric, well, one thing we don't do here is debate. We're just having a dialogue. And as you see, if we're missing something, we'll ask a question, and we're all excited, you know. But when you say white man science, well, white man said atom. So and then he told you that there's like 133, I forgot the number, but he lists all the atoms. So when I studied chemistry, and when you say the word atom, that don't mean nothing to me. I want to know which atom was it. Was it oxygen? Was it, helium? Was it which Adam do you believe, or did Elijah say which Adam it was?
The honorable, no, he doesn't say it on us, the name or specifically.
So my follow-up is this. My follow-up.
On Adam, he says that Allah created himself out of the atom of life that was in the triple state of darkness in the universe.
Let me see if I can find plug up. Okay, that's interesting. But anyway, go ahead and Bill, bro. You go ahead.
Question. Can I ask about that question, please?
Yeah.
No disrespect. Did Allah create the universe, or Allah is a creation of the universe?
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches that Allah himself, he created himself out of that atom of life and created everything else out of his mind, just like he created himself out of that atom of life that started out just as an atom of life.
So I just one follow-up, one last question. So the atom of life, ATOM of life, existed before Allah, correct?
And there is nothing before the atom of life, or nothing before Allah.
There's nothing before Allah. So where the atom of life
Which came first, the Adam or the Allah? Which came first?
That's what I'm asking. Which came first, the atom or
Leave
Allah?
us. Wow, y'all
Don't
funny.
steal my shit. Give me credit, Pierre.
The brother made.
That's true. I have to give her credit.
No, the brother made it. You said that Allah created himself out of the atom. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, I made it plain. Like we're questioning what I said, but I'm speaking plain English here.
Right. So you said that though, right? You said Allah created himself out of the atom.
I said that Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches. These are not my teachings.
Right.
Okay. You're quoting
Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches our Savior has arrived that Allah created himself out of that atom of life in the universe.
So the follow-up question is, was the atom here already before Allah existed, according to Elijah Muhammad's teachings?
Excellent question.
Because if he created it before, if he was created from that, then that means the atom had to already exist before he existed.
Yes, that's right.
So
that's why I was saying, but the brother said he didn't believe that according to science, but that's fine. But I'm not here to debate, anybody else's science.
We just want to make sure.
I'm just here to tell you, I'm here to share what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us.
No problem.
But you're being a
That's what he taught
missionary,
us.
sir. You're being a missionary and you're spreading the good word. So you should be able to ask questions if we have questions, because you are teaching us, right?
Well, that's what I'm here for, sister, and that's why I'm still
But
here on the
you're
line.
saying, but you keep just saying, well, you're just teaching this and you're just saying this, and when we have questions, that's what you keep saying, though.
Can I ask?
You can ask me any question you want, sister.
Please. Can I ask another question, please?
Thank you, Doctor.
Based on your conjunction that Allah created himself from the atom of life, couldn't it be deduced that Allah is therefore then a creation and not a creator? Because some existed before him.
And brother, before you answer that question, just please, this is new to a lot of us. So we're excited. We're not being contentious. We're not debating you. This is new to some of us.
We have the opportunity to ask somebody.
I definitely have questions.
So we appreciate you for coming here.
Right, definitely. So don't take it like we're attacking you or we're questioning you. We're just really trying to get more insight.
I'm not attacking you. I promise.
But Stu, you want to repeat that question? Because I had to interrupt.
Is Allah a creator or a creation? Since the atom of life existed before Allah.
Allah is the creator. Allah, according to the messenger, Allah is the creator and he is self-created.
Okay.
You can't separate. Well, okay, you can if you like, but as far as the messenger teaches us, he, Allah, created himself just like he created everything else.
Hold on. So did he create himself, or was he?
He is the creator of himself, and he is the creator of creation.
But he didn't create
So
the
he's
atom
the
of life.
creator and the creation.
Did he create the atom?
But he didn't
Yes,
create the
he's
atom
the
of life.
all in all. He's the all in all. That's what Allah means. The all in all.
So
But he
did,
didn't.
did Allah create the atom? That's the question.
Did
Yeah.
Allah create the
The
atom
atom.
of life?
Better question.
There's never a time when the atoms are not in the universe. There's never a time atoms are not in the
And who
universe.
created the atom? If there was that time that it was in the universe.
Well, as according to the messenger, he teaches that if he says, okay, it's basic, fundamental. If he says that
If
Allah,
you don't know, just say you don't know, and I'll respect that.
wait a minute, excuse me.
Sis?
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna just go. I'm just gonna.
No, please don't go. Please don't
But
go.
anyway,
Please don't go.
if the messenger teaches that he, Allah, created himself out of the atom of life that's in the universe, well, that means simply that atom was there already.
Right. Then how did he get there? How did So
how did he get there? The atom was already there.
No, if he
the atom was already there.
Right, but I'm talking about.
And he created himself from that atom, just like we start out as a clot of blood. That's it, sperm. And then we go through the different stages of life, and then we come out as babies. We started out as a single clot, as the Holy Quran teaches. We started out as a single clot.
Right, but you have to explain how the clot.
And then, okay, the clot and the atom is one and the same.
Huh?
The atom and the clot that me and you are from, our fathers, our grandfathers, going all the way back. It's the same. The clot,
not
the life germ. Okay, we call the clot the life germ. It's the life germ. You start out all life. Excuse me. All life starts out as a life germ.
Right,
okay?
But I'm asking specifically about.
I'm saying as far as the go ahead. Okay,
yeah,
that's why I'm trying to explain right now. The atom of life that Allah created himself from is synonymous with the life germ that we are all from. That we are all from also is that life germ. That atom of life is that life germ. Without that atom of life, there is no life germ. Therefore, you have no germ that'll create another life.
Right, I get what you're saying about that, but my question is on the other end. On the other end, you're saying that Allah created himself from the atom. My question is, okay, in order to create yourself from something, you already explained about the atom and where it came from. You said that it was never a time where it didn't exist. So the atom was always there, according to Elijah Muhammad's teachings. Then my question is about on the other part of it, because when you say Allah created himself from the atom, which was always there, where did Allah come from, according to your teachings, to create himself from that?
I don't have no teachings, brother.
I mean, according to Elijah Muhammad's teachings, according to Elijah Muhammad's teachings, where did Allah, according to him, come from? It's like if I say I created some putty and I use water, and I'm trying to explain where the water came from, and I got to explain where the atom came from. You said that it was always.
Your vocals are lacking, brother.
Well, explain where Allah.
Hassan,
your vocals are
slowed. But from what I got from your question, Brother Eric Muhammad, he's saying that according to the teachings, the atom is identified as being there.
Right.
Right. And then all of a sudden, Allah just appears out of nowhere. So he's saying, where was Allah at the time the atom was there? Where was Allah? Or
Allah is the Adam.
oh, there you go.
The Adam.
Oh, okay. So
In the Adam. Just like right now. Like I'll explain, like as the messenger taught in the Our Savior Has Arrived. If you look out with a microscope, you're gonna see all atoms. That's all you're gonna see, a whole bunch of atoms, brothers and sisters. You're gonna see a whole bunch of atoms.
Well, it depends.
And then the whole wait, can I finish, please? Thank you, sir. And then he says, if you could look into that atom, you will see the whole universe. The whole universe is in that atom.
Which when it comes, if I order a universe,
Everything. The universe is everything.
There's a lot included within that package, right?
Would you say that again? Say that again, sister.
If I order a universe package, if I order a universe package from Amazon, right? What's gonna come inside that universe package is an atom, and then within that atom is an Allah and the rest of everything that exists, right?
No, ma'am, because you cannot package the universe.
So then where does the universe come from, sir?
The universe is everything, sister. You are the universe.
What? Oh, I'm the universe.
You are too. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. You are the universe also.
Exactly. I've been thinking my whole life. Oh my God. Thank you.
So here's the part that's confusing me a little bit.
The universe is you, and you are the universe.
Right, my brother.
There ain't no separating us.
Right, brother. This is the part that's confusing me a little bit. It's not really the story. It's the science within the story. Because you're saying if you look into a magnifying glass, you'll see a bunch of atoms. Okay. If you look into a microscope, looking at a gold bar, gold, you're going to see a whole bunch of gold atoms.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, brother.
Right, my brother, but that's there's 100.
All atoms aren't the same.
Right, there's 102 more atoms out there that's not in that.
No, I'm not saying all atoms are the same. I'm saying
form together.
So what atom are you looking at through a microscope?
Right.
We form different chains
right.
to make different elements. So I'm just
what atom are we looking at?
Right there, but let's go
I'm
ahead.
saying, okay,
right,
all right, if we just looking out into the universe, if we just looking out up in the sky, not like looking at an object, but like if we're just looking out into the sky,
right?
You know what I'm saying? That's what you're gonna see.
Oxygen?
You're gonna see atoms. A whole bunch of atoms,
oxygen,
the whole atom of life, and you're gonna see within them atoms. You're gonna see everything. You're gonna see all atoms.
Are you asking if oxygen is in space? Not according to science.
Or not according to the mothership either. But can we move on to the mothership?
Oh, let's move on to the mothership. I actually like that.
Not yet. Hold on. So I was able to talk to
my brethren, let's move on, brethren.
Just hold on 1 second, please. So the brother was right, because I pulled up something from Our Savior Has Arrived. So it's chapter 11. It right here says paragraph 25. So it says, imagine you close your eyes now. So this is the most honorable Elijah Muhammad talking. He said, imagine the whole entire visibility of the universe is gone from you. He says, this is the way he was born, in total darkness.
To Allah.
Right. It says total darkness. You said triple. It says total darkness. It
total, triple, yeah.
There's a big difference. Total is just one thing. So it says.
You got that from some.
Hold on.
When you say when I say triple, I say triple, I'm saying blackness, triple.
Right, but that's
nothing
not
but black.
Now, brother, all day you've been correct.
How do you triple zero?
Hey, sis,
How
hold
do
on.
you do that? I don't know. Any mathematicians in here?
Tiara, hold on, please.
When I say triple state of darkness, I'm meaning like when you're in your mother's womb.
Right now, I look, brother, I hear you. What I'm saying is that when Brother Hassan or myself might say something, you will correct and say you are going from the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Well, I'm reading. Yes, I'm reading verbatim from the.
I'm just saying I'm not saying nothing different.
Yes,
from what the honorable Elijah Muhammad's teaching.
That's
all I'm saying.
You are, my brother. If I'm reading total, like you said, you're speaking English. I'm reading plain English from his words. I'm reading total darkness.
Okay, I give you that, bro. I give you that. Okay, it's not triple. It's not called triple state of darkness. It's just called total darkness. Okay,
Right. Yeah,
you
no
got that, brother.
Right.
no,
There's
no problem.
No problem.
Tomato, tomato.
Brother Hassan asked a question. You correct them. Tomato, tomatoes. Same thing. Okay. So it says, anyway, the story goes on. It says, there was no light anywhere out of the total orbit of the universe of darkness. You're right about that. It says, there sparkled an atom of light. So he's right. It says, once upon a time, don't ask me when it was. Right. So don't ask him what that once upon a time was. It says, how could the atom of life make a record of his own creation? Right. It cannot write its own creation, the record of it, because he was the first. There was no recorders around him. He was the first to record his own self. How long was that? We can't tell. We weren't there. He was the only one in the whole entire dark universe. He had to wait until the atom of life produced brains to think what he needed.
Yes, right.
My brother, scientifically, brains can't function in space. You agree?
No,
Can I hear the question repeated?
I agree.
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear that.
I agree with everything you just read, brother.
Okay, so I'll repeat the question. I'm reading this as I'm skimming through it. Atom of life, which whatever atom it is, a gold bar, right? It says it produced. So now it's in the darkness in space. He's telling you what we're at. Don't ask him what time. We don't know. We weren't there. So this is before the sun, before everything. He's saying that there's an atom, and before he created anything of himself, he produced brains first. And I'm saying, my brother, how the hell can an atom produce brains in space?
I'm saying don't
brain
ask
or
me.
grain?
I can't answer that question.
Word you're saying?
Brains.
I can't answer that question, bro.
Mind. Okay, no problem. So anyway, it says B, like you know how zombies eat brains in your head, brains.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So anyway,
So B as in boy,
right.
RAIN.
Yes, the atom produced brains in space because
brain. Oh my gosh. Okay.
What chapter was that in Our Savior Azariah?
This is chapter 11. This is paragraph 25. So it starts off with imagine you close your eyes now. I had just Googled it. And so the brother's right about the atom of life. So anyway, it produced brains because he had to think what he needed. How long was that? I don't know, brother.
Oh, you're on the Yaqub stuff. Okay,
No,
with the big brain.
No.
With the big like swollen head.
No, not yet. We supposed to be there, but the brother. So anyway.
Oh, okay. No, that's what you're talking about. Okay, no bad.
So anyway, the bottom line is that he was right about the atom of life. That's all. I was just confirming what he said.
Do you feel like you're in the hot seat, brother? Because we can take that off of you for a second. Because I'm trying to get back to the I think he's Jamaican. Jamaican brother who was like.
No, sis, we're gonna do Yaqub. Because even you said that you heard about Yaqub, but you are a little rough on the story.
Yeah, I don't know too. Yeah, because it was like years ago. Because okay, this is my take on it. I'll just say this. Let me just say this. Because I heard about it like years ago. Like it's been a while. But from my recollection, it was like Yaqub, the big-headed nigga, right?
I don't say nigga. Come on, I said scientist. You said scientist. Come on, I don't say nigga.
Yeah.
Oh God,
niggas are made in America.
Yeah. Be respectful, sis. It says
no. That's the thing. That's what I'm gonna say. Nope.
No, she's. It's fine, but we just gotta, if we're gonna go there, we're gonna say it right.
Yeah.
Yaqub was an original scientist. Niggas are made in America.
No, niggas are not made in America. Niggas were made
they not?
on
the. Well, okay. Well, other than now, I sojourn in America. Where can you find me in the history that we was niggas?
But Eric, I don't want to go down that.
I will actually give you a few references.
Okay, that's fine.
This sis, no, it's not fun. Not right now.
I meant no disrespect by because I call myself a nigga. So first of all, let me just say that I call myself a nigga because if you knew the actual history of the term nigga.
Okay, but we're not doing that. No,
we're not doing that tonight. We're not doing that tonight. That is tomorrow night.
Funny, man.
I just said, hold on. I just said I will take back what I just said. I will say that.
Listen. All we saying is this. This is all we saying. If Stu P says he ate a hot dog, right? Don't make that something else. That's just what he said. So if the story is the big-headed scientist, just say big-headed scientist.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. If you say heavens and earth and hell, just say that.
The thing is, you know what? I'll do this because I was actually trying to relate to the big-headed scientist, right? Because I call myself nigga. I don't think it's a derogatory term.
No
if you want to accept that, that's fine.
It is.
Okay,
Right.
but like I said, I will take it back. I have zero problems.
Thank you. Because
communication is everything.
Right,
I
because
have zero problems with that.
okay, sister.
With me, I was relating to him, and it wasn't meant as a derogatory term.
Sister, you should listen to this. When I had made
I don't mind.
sister, relax. When I made this channel,
I am relaxed, dude.
okay, so relax in silence for a second, please. When I made this channel, it asked the question, is it for kids or not? I checked for kids. It's an educational channel. So I don't want to use language that a 6-year-old got to cut the thing off. The mom got to, I want them to learn with us. Okay, remember, it's about our people, everybody, the children and the adults and the elders.
I have zero problems with that. So once again, let me just say this again. I apologize. I will take back what I said. It wasn't meant to be derogatory.
Cool.
If anyone takes offense to it,
I
apologize. Once again, I have zero problems with that at all.
No, it's cool.
There's no reason for me to be offensive to anyone.
No problem. Okay.
So if anyone took offense to it, I apologize. That's easy.
Thank you.
Okay, so now if I can continue, the big-headed scientist, from what I know, Yakub was the big-headed scientist, right? Who, let me try to figure out, I think he took like some type of genes or something like that, which may or may not have influenced women. I don't know, but because it's like two different stories that I'm going into.
So can I read the real story?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna, unless you got it, brother. Do you have the story open near you, or I'll pull it up?
Well, I was just saying my recollection, but I mean, like I said, someone can say what the story is, and then I can like give my opinion on it, or I can just give my recount of what I remember.
Let me try to pull the story up. Where is brother Melvin? I gotta find his thing. He sent me the PDF. Oh, here it is. Okay, right here. Okay. Let me just give me a second to pull this up. All right, in about 10 seconds, I'm gonna have it. All right, got it. Sir? So you let me know if this reminds you.
Because you're dealing with the creation of the
6,000.
Caucasian.
So are you saying 6,000 years ago we got two creation stories? One is regarding black people, Adam, Eve, and one is regarding white people, Adam and Eve.
Right.
This is both 6,000 years ago.
No, they can't
So
be
the black
two-
man.
6,000. You have one at the very beginning of life itself. After God created himself, then he created woman. And so
Wait, so are you saying 78 years ago, 78 trillion years ago, after God self-created, He then created man before,
not 72.
like the stars.
It has no 7,200 years. We're talking, if we're talking of trillions, 72 trillion years ago.
Right, that's what I said. I said so when He self-created
I thought you said
78
70.
trillion years ago.
Oh, that's what you said. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
nah, I had corrected myself. So when you're saying he self-created 78 trillion years ago, right? Because remember, there's nothing out there for animal life. So when He self-created 78 trillion years ago, are you saying He then created man right afterwards? So they're both in space at this point.
Yeah,
Wow.
he created himself. He created man. Then he said this. You know, He didn't want man to be alone. Then He created woman. And
Okay,
then
so now I want you to.
He said be multiple. He said be fruitful, multiple.
Right, be multiple and right. So
Right.
So now are you saying while this is going on, they are both in space?
I'm not in space. I'm on Earth.
Where are they? Right at this point, where are they? Like, is the moon created? Is the sun? All these things already created, or is just Allah and mankind?
Well, we know
Or
about
his
the moon.
or man?
Well, we know about the moon. So the moon, the Earth, the moon was part of the Earth, and at that time,
Right.
the moon was not. It wasn't no moon. The moon came with another one of our signs.
Okay, so
that
my
got mad,
right. So my question
got
is
mad during that time.
right. Okay, no problem.
So,
And I do want to hear that, but I just want to know was the black man here before the earth?
that I mean, that's a little out of my pay grade because time doesn't start being counted into movement. So that's after Allah created Himself, and then when He created man and woman, it was nobody there to calculate that time. It's nobody. It was no secretary. It was no way to count that time. But what we do know is He did create man and woman, and He told them, replenish the earth, be multiple fruit.
Yeah, you rushed me out.
That's when we, as far as we can go with our understanding, and as far as back as we can go.
But hold on, Sally. But listen, hold on. But in the beginning, right? So the 6 days, right? That He's creating, right? On a particular day, He created the earth, right?
Correct.
Right? I mean, we got that's what Farrakhan was saying. I mean, we just listened to the video for saying that.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I got through that one with the minister was saying.
Yeah, so I don't think so. So you think Farrakhan is saying that man was created before the earth, or is they don't know? Like,
no, I didn't say. I didn't hear the minister speak in that aspect. I never even considered, that get kind of hocus pocus to me.
So the question never dawned. So the question never dawned on you: which came first, Earth or the black man?
I mean, I wouldn't know how to, when you go there, you have God creating Himself. Then when He created man, now you have to have a vehicle to travel in. Like, what is this guy we're talking about? Is the guy we're talking about a spirit that's flying around, like pushing buttons, or what do we call? That's what I'm saying. Are we saying God a man, or are we saying God is a spirit? Because I can't get to
what man. Well, if He's a spirit, I can understand why He's in space. If He's a man, I wouldn't be able to understand why He's in space.
What do you mean?
I wouldn't understand if there was a spirit, how we be in space either. I don't understand it either, because space and time is not bound by the space and time doesn't keep the spirit captive. Space and time is outside the spirit.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, don't worry. You're
Oh,
coming.
okay.
Right now we're dealing with the
I got
ideologies of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad.
you. I got
So,
you.
so
Thank
brother,
you, bro. Thank
right,
you.
right. Nah, but trust me. So we're gonna definitely invite you in. So, so you said that a spirit, right, go around pushing buttons seems illogical, right? So like why believe in that, right?
No,
What can a
no,
spirit do that's
no.
spooky?
I'm a very spiritual person, but
Okay.
it got to have some substance to it. And when we're dealing with the creation of God, you know, there's no greater explanation than his creation than other than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And that's
All right.
as far
So
as I can go in there. He don't speak of
yeah,
that you asking,
yeah, of
like,
course, of course.
you
Of
see what I'm
course,
saying?
and I'm not holding him to right. I'm not holding him to something else.
Right. Now, if
But
he'd
I'm
have
just
said it,
asking.
I would have just said it. You know what I'm saying? I've been like,
Right.
I said what he said, but I never been.
Yeah, and I'm just working backwards.
I got you.
So,
Yes, sir.
yeah, so I'm just working backwards because again, like we're just visualizing. I'm visualizing the process, right? Because I wasn't aware of the first God being in space. I was aware of that. I was not aware of the black man also being in space. So,
Right. Who said that though? That's what I'm saying. Who's saying that somebody was in space? I don't understand that. Now I don't
right.
even.
So, okay. So that's why we're getting to it. So that's why I asked you, well, who was here first, the Earth or the black man? Or you don't know?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. No, I mean, I was a guess.
Okay.
You know, I don't have no answer. Like
Nah,
I was a guess.
don't guess. Nah,
Right.
don't guess. So yeah, because we gotta be right and exact. So let me ask you this. If there's no Earth, and I'm saying space, where would you propose the black man would be if he actually existed before the Earth? Where would he be located if it's not in space or the Earth?
You said where would he exist?
Right. Where would he be if he's multiplying, being fruitful? What space would he be occupying? Like what landmass? What?
I mean, I'm only can go here. I mean, that's where it all starts from, right here. That's where all the beginning of anything that we're speaking about, that I'm speaking about. I'm here. I'm not nowhere else. When we go somewhere else, if I don't have nothing tangible to take me there, I'm not gonna go out there.
You did not allow me to turn the stuff down, mother. Well, you didn't change anything yesterday, the day before that, the day prior to that. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the microphone. My fault, fellas. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can mute yourself. Yeah.
I did. I just muted.
Yeah. All right. So your brother doesn't know. Did anybody have a question with that?
Yeah, I got a
before
question,
we
yo.
move along?
I got a question. And I asked another brother this question too. The first question is, you realize this seemed far-fetched, right? It's hard for other people to believe it. And the second question is, so why do you why do you have faith in this? What keeps you, believing this?
Believe in what exactly are we speaking about on this part right here? What you saying?
Okay, so you said that you never really thought about when he asked you if the black man was created before the earth, you didn't really know how to answer. But logically thinking, like, from my mind, I'm thinking like the earth had to be here first because the black man had to be somewhere, right? So that's what they were asking.
Go ahead. Let me listen, because I thought we agreed, but went somewhere else. You saying logically the earth would be here and the black man was somewhere else.
No, I said logically the earth had to be here before the black man.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Makes sense to me.
Right. But you also said the minister hadn't taught on that. You hadn't heard him speak on that.
No, I mean that was never nothing that we talked about. I know that was a very strange question because just by the way you answered it, I figured that's, you know, now when you get off into different religions, you know, then you get talking about space and things of that nature. And I didn't know, you know, who I was talking to. So when the question asked about the earth and where was the black man, and the way that you just answered it, that's my answer. But he said, don't guess. The brother said, don't guess. But I'm like, well, we don't have no.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're saying like you is there. Like he's saying like don't okay, so for example, I believe in the Bible, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of clear that from my perspective that the earth was created before man was created. So you know what I'm saying? If he asked me that, I would have said, yeah, the earth was created before the man.
Right.
But
But I didn't know was he
you know
have something else that was he gonna say something, you know, that he heard come from the messenger or
okay.
prophet.
Got you.
You know, I couldn't say it based on the minister said this or from this, you know, prophet said this, you know. I just was, you know, but yeah, that makes sense because like I did say, everything I'm talking about started from here. That's where I'm at. I'm not in space nowhere. That's not, you know, the conversation that I'm equipped to have when we talk about, because now you're talking about belief. And everybody, you know, belief is like an opinion. You know, everybody have one. I'm more with the facts. And the facts, you know, it trumps belief. It trumps truth. And then you apply it and then you see what, you know, the truth. So that's where I'm from. So if we're finna go in space and we're finna talk about beliefs, I'm not here to, you know, build like that. You know what I'm saying? I like to hear a person's perspective and let me say my perspective and, you know, see, you know, where we disagree and where we agree at. And you know, it's a great build. I'm with that because the whole thing is trying to get closer to God. That's what it's all about. It's not about, you know, somebody trying to you know, out talk this person. We just trying to put the facts, put the puzzle together.
No. I mean, no, I got you. No, I'm not trying to be like, you know, funny or nothing like that. No, I was really basing that on what I thought I heard Bias ask, but I might not have been listening clearly. That's my fault.
No, we good. No,
what do you think I asked?
No,
I thought I heard you saying, huh? Yeah, I thought I heard you ask, and you were speculating on how, you know, say, because I heard you ask what landmass was the black man on.
Right.
Right, you did ask that, right? Right. And that was supposing that it wasn't on Earth, right?
Right, because he's not clear on what came first, the black man or the earth. So I was saying, if it's not Earth, if the black man was here, because he's not clear. So if the black man was here before the earth, like where would he be other than Earth? Because remember, I first insinuated, or no, I definitely just flat out said that the black man must have been in space if there was no Earth, and he said no, sir.
Right. That's what I heard.
Right.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Yeah. So that's when I said afterwards. I said, well, if he's not in space, is he on Earth? He said no. I said, well, damn, if he's not in space on Earth, then where is he?
Oh no,
and that's where we got stuck at.
I didn't say he wasn't. I was more against the in space. I wanted to hear more about that because when you said in space,
no, we're asking you. We're asking you according to the teachings. According to the teachings, was the black man created before the earth, or was the earth created before the black man? Which one? We asking you according to the teachings.
And I answered that very clear, and I think we all know, huh?
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
when
hear
you
the clear
answer,
answer. Now, go ahead. I got you. I didn't hear the clear answer.
The clear answer was that right there was never taught that part. Everything that we're dealing with is from here, from Earth. We're not.
We have the answer for that.
okay, yeah, exactly. So that part of the lesson was not clear, but from our human mind, you know what I'm saying, the logical answer would be that the earth was created before a man, right? Before the black man. It had to be, because where else
Yeah,
would he
I
be?
mean, yeah, and I have no quarrel with that. I have nothing against that. I'm in 100% in agreement with that. I mean, that makes sense. Now, if it's something else, you know, that
But are you
somebody
supposing that it's possible? Is it possible? Are you supposing that it is possible that the black man was created before the earth?
I mean, I don't, you know, I don't.
See, what's bringing the questions is because in my mind it's clear, you know what I'm saying. But
Oh yeah, I'm
you
clear.
kind of
I'm
answer
clear.
with a degree of skepticism, you know what I'm saying. So it's like
Okay.
logically it can only be one way in my mind.
Right. Yeah.
But you have
No.
a perspective
No.
on
No.
it, think about our
I'm right
mind.
there. I'm 100. I'm 100% right there. You know what I'm saying? Now, if somebody was to, which would be the minister, I don't, believe nobody else could even fill in that blank, and that had to come from something that the messenger said, Mashiach Muhammad said, or something. Which
All right.
I don't. I'm like you said, brother. I'm 100%. I have to hear that, and I have to take that with a grain of salt. Anything other than what you're
Brother
saying.
Edelman, if I may ask a question then. So what you're saying is, and I'm very familiar with the teaching and the ins and outs of the Nation of Islam. So I guess our question would be this then. So what you just said is, Allah does not make no more prophets after Muhammad, one. And two, if your messengers don't know it, then it doesn't exist. Is that what I just heard?
No. The brother
It
said,
sounded like that. Come up, I'm getting a tingling.
I got you. No, the brother said that I answered with a bit of skepticism, like a little skeptical. Right. And so what I said to confirm it was, no, I'm in 100% in agreement with, like how he said in my mind it's clear. He's talking about his mind. I'm like, in my mind it's clear too. But I'm saying, if I never heard, and if maybe thinking one of you guys might say something where the messenger said this or said that, and I'll be like, wow, I'm not gonna shoot you down. I'm gonna be like, I never heard that. And then I gotta weigh that. I gotta weigh that with my common sense and then with, and look for comprehensive, understanding, knowledge of that. So that's all it is. But no, I'm in 100% agreement with, because everything that where I'm speaking from is from here. I'm not going in space. Now, if y'all want to take me in space, then I'm listening. I got my seatbelt on. I'm ready to go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here. I'm not no player hater. I ain't here to shoot down nobody. You know what I'm saying? What they're sharing. Now, if it don't make sense or something, then I'm gonna speak into it.
Yeah, I'm glad you said. Right. So I'm glad you said that. You said if it doesn't make sense. So, according to all of your education that you've ever been exposed to, would it make sense to have a people without an earth?
No.
So it's safe to say that we believe unanimously that the earth was here before black folks.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Yes, that's all we was, wrestling with. Because again, like all we know is that life begins. Life isn't just human life. Is confined to a place where there's flowing water, oxygen, and all those great chemicals that sustain life. So if somebody's proposing something different, then we're like really all ears to that.
Right. Oh no, I no. Oh, that's why I'm all hesitant because I'm listening. So my bad.
Yeah, because right, because like most people, most black folks don't appreciate the school systems, right? But what the school system give our children, our youth and children, like we don't appreciate it. Like we think it's limited, we think it's outdated, we think it's inferior education, right? So the worst thing we can allow happen is another education to replace that, and it's no better. It's leaving voids and more questions. Like we really can't afford to switch education systems and still have more questions or just as much questions, and then we're back at square one, right? If we're going to replace if we're going to replace our education system, we want to replace with something more superior, right? Where it's little questions, right? But we don't want the teachers to be like, I don't know, because again, that's no different than I'm gonna go back to church.
Right. Hey, we second that, bro. Tell us what you know. We don't want to hear what you think. Nope. Nope. Okay.
All right. So now, Jose, what's your take on all this?
I don't have a take, bro. It's not personal. I'm a man just like you guys. And Akahi, I ain't got my glasses on. Peace and blessings. I know that's another female. So it's not what I think. And one thing, opinion, you say everybody got an opinion. Me don't have one personally.
Right.
And this is the history of the etymology of opinion. Real quick, is the root of this thing. You know where we stand at in the collective consciousness and the universal logic. Meaning it's going to make sense to all of us, and we can all do it at our own space and time and speed, whatever you want to sprinkle it with, whether it's Islam, Christ Church, Coke, whatever. You're going to know your partners and what it means to be a man or a prefix man or a suffix man, or a black man or a black sports fan. You know what I mean? Prefix and suffix. Why we just can't keep it at the root? Men. So men don't have an opinion because I'm going to tell you what I know and not why I think you should go or what I think you should teach, what I think you should read. I'm going to tell you my strength, and hope. And where I failed at, I pray that you succeed. Because you can lift my stupid self out. Because that's what being a man is. That's our take on that. What is a man? He's not black or this, but because we physically came through the earth, we are earth tone. And I heard something else. I'm very interested. We had a privilege of talking to Minister Barry Houston, San Jose, California, one of the elders of the House of Sankofa. We had the privilege of sitting with him, reading his books, and being asked to open up a school of the House of Sankofa. So when I mean the word autumn, you go outside right now during the autumn or fall, you'll see that it's what? Earth tone. Even the trees turn gray, but you never see nothing stable in black. Why? Because it absorbs. Look at your cell phone made of volcanic ash. It absorbs everything but reflects nothing. But you see your face though. And we take selfies every day. This is our take on it.
Yeah, so what's your overall, so what point are you getting to?
The point is being a man. Let's erase the suffix and the prefix. What is the religion and the path of a man?
Okay. Well, I got a better question.
Come on.
So, after you say race, gender. All right, so everybody gender neutral, no problem.
No, we come on.
The question. So I want to. Right. So yeah, cool. So I want to
put that in consciousness, please.
All right, cool. All right, no, my mistake. So I want to ask you about this, right? I just want your thoughts because, like, so based upon your information you're letting us hear, right? It led me to ask this question. So in this pandemic, right?
Which is beautiful.
The world is right. Well, so you don't believe anybody dying?
It's a beautiful thing.
Dying? Okay. All right. Well, what about premature deaths? That's also beautiful. It's okay if you say yes.
Oh,
No,
absolutely.
just ask the question,
No,
don't
no,
you?
no, hold on.
Don't lose the question.
Because no questions is better good. Come on. We're built for this. If you're scared to get your armor punctured,
All right.
if you're scared to get your faith tested
So,
and your wick of love getting tested, people's in the wrong arena. Come on. We're supposed to do this. This is for the people. This is for us. Come on.
all right. So
I get to
cool.
hear, I
So
get
are
to
you?
hear your comments and your rhetoric.
Yeah, of course. So let me ask it like this: are you opposed of? Well, let me give a scenario first. If a person is left on their own will, right? And if they're left in their own will, they're probably going to die. Maybe they're stuck in a car and they're in the flood waters and the flood is raising. They're actually stuck. If they don't get assistance from man, right?
Okay.
Are you opposed to man assisting in that person's survival?
Absolutely not, because that's what a man does. Because I have that experience even to this very moment. We live in that life. This very
okay.
So what you just mentioned our life. That's my life. We live in that right now.
Right.
So, yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out now because I asked about the pandemic. You said it's beautiful. I said people dying.
Let me add just a little tidbit to that. And even in that condition, we still, as a man, bound to express love. And that is the God in us. Next.
Okay. Do you believe
I trust.
that there are evil people? Okay. Do you believe that people are oppressed by people?
Do I believe who? The people who?
You got to let me finish the question. Do you believe that people are oppressing people?
Oppressing people?
Do you believe people are oppressing people today?
I trust that.
Yes.
I'm living that now. Didn't we just say that in the first question? The first question, and I'm into this question. We're living that right now.
Okay.
So
what are some? All right. So what are some proposed solutions you got for this oppression? Because you don't believe that's not fair, right? Oppression shouldn't be going on.
It is fair.
What are some solutions?
It is fair.
Okay.
Next. Where's the solution?
Okay. So no. If it's fair, there's no solution.
But
if it's fair, I don't need a solution if it's fair.
It is a solution.
Okay. It has to be fair.
All right. So let me ask. Right. So let me ask. I mean this. All right. So I got your take on that because let me say solution. So I mean and then I'll let you answer. So I mean you said. So do you believe it's fair that there's oppression going on in this world?
No, I mean no. That's
okay.
The oppression that's going on. That that all that is written. That's the 6,000 years.
Yeah, right, brother. I'm just trying to see if you're on board with Jose. Do you believe it's fair? Do you believe the oppression is fair among? Okay, cool. That's all I want to know. So now, Jose, what are some solutions that you believe that mankind could benefit from?
One, to understand that everything around him is a gift, and when he wakes up.
To overstand? What you say, overstand?
No.
What is that? What is overstand?
What is we said when we overstand means you have the full spiritual knowledge to act upon it, and you swore to your own soul and to your creator of all things that you would be responsible for what comes out your method mouth. Because of consequences. And you can read how many books,
so now what?
pray, give alms, and you can give your whole soul away. There's still a consequence. And it ain't up to you. It ain't to me or me. Go ahead. Next.
Right.
Come on,
so now what's the solution?
Solution is one. From experience. Which we give it to you. We could do it now. Then do it now. We're gonna make some t-shirts called Then Do It Now. Get up in the morning and you ask for permission. Most High, creator of all things. Whatever you're personal to you, because it's a personal relationship. See, we as men overstand and by nature do that.
Right.
We're not.
Now now look, my brother, you explain. My brother, I just want a solution. You're breaking something down.
And what it is we don't have a heaven or hell. Okay, the solution is when you get up, you ask for permission from the Most High, the creator. All right. Two,
To do what?
it's yourself. To walk on this planet, to experience life. Everything is a gift. When you was born, you didn't have none of this.
All right.
But since
Okay.
you-
So we got
but you
some.
used it for
Okay.
the
Hold
good.
on. So all right. Hold on. I got you. We got some solution. I mean, what do you think solution? Some solutions. Can you propose to us?
If I was to piggyback off of the brother, it'd
Yeah.
be it'd be to just coming off of what he's saying, it would be to open my heart and my ears, and prepare me to hear him in this hour of this, oppression that we're
Hear who?
speaking about.
Not hear. Open your ears to hear who?
Hear God's calling.
Wait. Jose, relax, dude. You had your piece. Let the brother give his own words. He don't need help, articulating his thoughts. Okay, so my brother, you said we gotta hear him. Hear who?
Hear God. Hear his, you gotta recognize his signs and hear him. When you say hear him, it's because God is in all of us. So we all have a piece of him. So you're gonna hear yourself. That's opening your ears and your mind and your heart to hear, to be able to recognize, how do we get off of under, such a.
So in other words, God is going to produce the solutions.
No, the solution is here. You got to be able to recognize it and.
So tell us. So tell us what you recognize.
When I was piggybacking off of the brother, I was saying, to prepare, to open up my ears and my heart like that, to recognize the signs. And by recognizing the signs and the language in the hour, you're hearing different things when you're dealing with, you're hearing about this new metaverse world. You're hearing about this new DAOs and NFTs and smart, smart contracts and things like that. That within itself, when you even pay attention to it and listen to anybody that's kind of speaking on it, you're gonna hear, part of your salvation. You're not gonna be able to understand it, but it's gonna open you up to where in there, just by investing, any type of money in the right time, which this is the right time based on information that's going on in the stores, prices going up, they're giving out all this money, all these different things. He's trying to put laws to force people to do X, Y, and Z. We're in a very, 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 very difficult time right now, more than ever. So, but at the same time, this is the hour where God should be, or Jesus should be more, like something should be here, or something amazing should be happening.
Right.
Which,
So,
which
so that's right.
Which he did.
Right.
Which is blockchain.
That's my question.
Yes, and
I'm
saying,
you just said it. So my question. So my question is, we're waiting on somebody to do something for us.
No. I'm saying that's where your eyes and your heart and your ears, it should be tuned. That's why I said I'm piggybacking off of the brother. So when he said,
but physically, right. So I got the scripture. Okay, but physically, what are some physical solutions?
I'm just saying it.
What you're saying.
Go ahead.
Blockchain.
Yeah, but go ahead.
You said blockchain?
Yeah, blockchain.
Oh, this is a psychological way to do it, and that you can do right now that we practice every day, and it works for a lot of people. If you care to hear it in the next questions or two, we can tell you what it is.
All right.
If you know.
Wait, hold on. Are two people talking?
No.
All right. So who said blockchain? Was it Jose or who said blockchain?
Elamine.
Okay, so Elamine.
Yeah.
So Elamine.
Yes, sir.
So the black nation that the black nations to just invest in blockchain.
Not block. No, blockchain is the system in which it runs off of. Isn't that's not the,
so the
you,
black
you,
so, so
you
the
mean
black
you
nation
mean
should.
invest in black? You mean invest in Bitcoin? Go ahead. That's what you mean.
Yeah. Okay. Then now I was gonna say so we should partake in blockchain, which would be so the black nation a solution is to invest in Bitcoin.
All day.
Okay. So while we okay, no problem. I'm not even debating that. So while we're investing in Bitcoin, what should we be doing physically? While we're waiting for some type of investment, what should we be doing while we're waiting on a return
the best
of an
thing
investment?
the best thing to be doing to hope you got any type of. A lot of people don't have no money, so if you don't,
so
if you
prayer.
got right. So if you got any type of money that you can just put up, a little savings. I'm speaking to that directly more because that's very important. But for those who don't have no extra money to, put an extra, 100 or, whatever you can put. Some people don't have it like that. And for that type of scenario, I have no answer because I'm 100% against the vaccine and things of that nature. And one of my daughters, she took it based on her job. So, that touched me real deep to see the pressure.
Yeah, the market of beast.
Yeah, and seeing how they, people doing it for their jobs, and I have no cry for that. I'm thankful that I'm able to be where I'm at to not to have to, quit. You got to feed your family, things of that nature, and that's that right there. So when you asking me that question, what you asking me, I'm more like we in trouble. I'm more on that end. I'm more like we finna witness a lot of bad things before some good things happen. But some good things are about to happen because those who are able to put a few dollars and things of that nature over there, and even when this whole system, this government go digital, it's going to be a beautiful day for the so-called black man and woman because of the trustless system that's the backdrop of the world now. So things that have been stolen from us as a people and things of that nature, all that's going to be given back to us. And this was
so let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
So is the blockchain your solution, or is that the most Honorable Elijah Muhammad solution?
No, that's the solution. That's the Honorable Elijah Muhammad couldn't predict, blockchain. He couldn't. He only everything he spoke.
Why not?
Because
he predicted the fall of America.
That's what I'm finna say.
Oh.
Everything that he spoke in the fall of America, you see why he said it by looking at blockchain. You able to understand why he said what he said even more when you understand blockchain and DAOs and NFTs. When you look at that world and the fall of America, then you understand fall of America even better. So yes, he did, but he didn't predict it. Like he didn't tell you like it's going to be a interface that's come out that's trustless, that's going to remove the government, it's going to remove the middleman, it's going to give you back your land. He didn't tell you like that, but he told you, it's prophesied. It's all prophesied in the Bible. It's written more direct and clear in Fall of America, and it's prophesied in the Quran. This is a fact, but we just happen to be in
10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. This time in 10 seconds. I see where the conversation went. There's a word that came up: macroeconomics or macroeconomical language. If you change the language, they have to pay you to understand. Macroeconomics. There's an app called Khan Academy. If you do the macro, look at macro. I look at it. I live it every day. And it's macroeconomics.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Khan Academy.
Okay, go look up macroeconomics, but also think of this while you're doing that. Macroeconomical language. That means chain block. macroeconomical language. We're doing we're doing the microeconomics. We got that part. Blockchain. We were filling in the blanks. Blockchain, boom. And you're asking, what can we do now? Okay, solution. I feel you. We feel you on that. I'm just a little fishy about when I share our jewels with. So in the macro,
you get fishy about what?
I get fishy about who I share this type of vibration with. So I'm feeling with y'all. I'm feeling with what's going on now. I'm part of collective consciousness now. That's where it's going. You keep asking for a solution, and to chime in with the solution, what Brother Muhammad Ali was saying, and the other kin folks and the listeners, was that when you look up macro, for those that don't know, macroeconomics, either you got the physical part done, practice that and live the macroeconomics. How the one man was on the island and he created a fictitious company, and that company was feeding him the small version of that. That's the usual language. That's everybody's language. But now, when we have mastered it and we've actually practiced that in righteousness with each other, all right, with a collective consciousness, and then change the language on all the nations around us. That's the power we can do now. Because I did it with
that's the real power.
Change the language and the meaning of the language.
That's what
We
Yakub
create our own language, our own alphabet.
That's what Yakub did. He changed the language. He taught them tricknology. And so
Hold on. Excuse me. Let's not confuse that tricknology, Let's just leave it pure where it's at.
No, you're right.
As long as it's not corrupt.
I agree with you.
As long as it's not corrupt. And so when you say, when somebody say tricknology, now you're poisoning the seed.
No,
you know what I mean?
That's right. That's right.
I'm not saying you.
Right. That's what happened.
So we got to bring it back to we're not saying you, brother. Brother, we're not saying
I agree
you.
with you.
But part of changing the language is changing where we heard the message from and start making it more healthy when we speak it to each other. Changing the language, the frequency, the vibration, becoming earth tone, becoming atom, becoming the children of the
myself, man.
Yeah, that's the connection. Love you guys, man. We came for the peace and the build.
Yes,
collective
sir.
consciousness. That's the mission.
So,
Yes, sir.
so Jose,
Yes, sir.
so I'm reading the chat, right? Because sometimes the chat has questions. So, these solutions, are you applying to yourself?
Absolutely, and they work. Who goes on and tells everybody to do this if he haven't conquered it himself? What a fool!
Many, you got many pastors out here be talking that word of God and don't live by it.
And guess what? That's why Obama went and bought 1,000 guillotines. Research that.
A what? He bought a what?
He went and bought 100,000 guillotines. Research that.
And what are you gonna do with that? Guillotines. What are you gonna do with that?
What's a guillotine? What's a guillotine?
Guillotine is an old French murdering tool. When they thought there was injustice against the king or the queen, or if you didn't bow down to Palestine Jesus or a black Jesus, yeah, we cut your head off and then call you a nigger too. And they put it on our wall like a game and say, this is our nigger right here, our black man.
I know what a guillotine is, but I just wanted to see.
Well, that's the language, brother.
No, I just wanted to see how serious you are in your conviction to say that Obama bought 1,000 guillotines.
Yes, he did. Look, research it. Don't take my word for it. Everything is researchable. All that information is free. You can get a sign, join up, like nothing.
So you're saying, hold on. I want to make sure you know what you're saying. You're saying that Obama bought how many guillotines?
Over 100,000. There's a quarter million empty liner caskets sitting in trains right now. Been sitting around for 6, 7, 8 years. There's those videos of this.
So Obama bought 100,000 guillotines.
Yeah.
Let's to the max.
Hey, we got the story on Mandela, how he sold the people out. And after he died,
stop. Don't run any further. Stop. We're addressing the guillotines.
Hey,
the 100,000 guillotines.
It's the same.
It's all there. So all people are supposed to be Muslim?
No, 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 no. That's not what I see. I dealt with brothers like you before.
You accept a deed that are authentic, meaning those that are marked as Asahi.
Yes, sir. Sahih Bukhari.
Okay, that's
Is that
news to
who?
me. I didn't know that. Yeah. Now go ahead and expound on
Is
that. I didn't.
who? Sahih Bukhari?
At
You
some
have
point, did
enough.
you ever go Orthodox?
No, sir. No, sir.
All
Okay,
I'm
so
asking.
let me ask. Based off that, wouldn't America be the greatest country?
Yeah. See, this is how I read it. The people that started Islam, I think.
Of the Nation of Islam. Minister Farrakhan was still part of the Nation of Islam. He went with Wallace D. Muhammad and went into orthodoxy. Islam. Not orthodoxy. Not orthodoxy.
You've been to college and learned physics, chemistry, those type of things. Have you?
No, but yet I had
Okay. So I
college.
can assure you. So I can assure you, if you went and studied physics or chemistry, biology, he was prepped with other sciences before standard. You know, he was prepped before he got there. You know, so that the black man was here before the sun.
Now you acting like a 12-year-old that wasn't.
Okay, I got you. So in China, they have their own curriculum. They have their own sciences. You're gonna learn that there. In Cuba, they got their own. Okay, my brother, I'm answering your question. In Cuba,
Yes, sir.
they got their own scientists, and they're teaching that there. In Russia,
Yes, sir.
they got their independent scientists. It's not influenced at all by America, and they're learning that there. Everywhere else where they biology, he was prepped with other sciences before standard. You know, he was prepped before he got there. You know, so
The only thing this 12-year-old can do
right
is all you can do. The first
curiosity.
The first thing I
There
would
you
go
go.
to. The
Right.
first thing. And I've said it on numerous occasions tonight
Yep.
or this morning.
Yep.
We have no birth record.
Yeah,
No
I heard you
one
say
can
that. Yep.
No one
Yeah,
can
go ahead.
clock us either. Now, as a student teacher,
So now, mind you, you're talking to a 12-year-old, so just keep that in mind. Go ahead.
yes, sir. If he can understand any other theory and have received any other theory,
Well, no, see,
why
he
can't
was
he?
prepped. So, okay, so let me answer that question. Because he was prepped with the other scientists before he got to chemistry and physics. He was prepped with biology. He was prepped with other sciences before standard. You know, he was prepped before he got there. You know, so
The only thing this 12-year-old can do
right.
is all you can do is
Right.
accept or reject it. You understand what I'm saying?
All right.
See, once it,
So no
see,
proof.
we
So it's no longer showing proof because I remember the lesson.
Yeah.
It says we can prove anything. You know,
in no matter of
and,
time.
the autobiology, right, and right. So I need you to prove to the 12-year-old, in no matter of time, that the black man can be in space, existing with lungs, blood, oxygen, all type of stuff.
that makes up our universe. Gas, liquid,
So
solid.
how would, yeah, but right now, do you believe you can go in space right now and survive? Do you believe that?
No. No.
All right.
No.
So how are you
know
going to
it-
convince it? So the question is, how are you going to convince a 12-year-old that the black man was existing in space
at a time.
naked, because ain't no clothes, ain't no North Face out there,
It
ain't no
ain't-
Timberlands, ain't no Gucci. He naked.
It
Ain't
ain't
no
none,
thongs,
it ain't none of that. We're not dealing with that. See, that's inclusive. We include such things.
Okay.
Right
so he's
now,
naked. So I want you to explain to the 12-year-old, how is the black man in space surviving? Why ain't he dead?
he could survive at that time. We're not talking about
what
the
time?
breakdown of it.
At what time?
355 years. Pardon me? Say that
78 trillion
again?
years ago? 78
78
trillion years
trillion.
ago?
Yeah, that's beyond. We go beyond that. That's the making of the sun. That's when we put the sun out there.
Well, okay.
Huh?
Wait. So
Okay,
you're going
come
beyond
on.
78 trillion? All right, no. Now, I'm listening. You're
Come
going
on.
beyond 78 trillion? I'm listening.
Yes,
So
sir. That's
how
when
many
we put
trillion
that.
years now? You said, wait, so you said 300 trillion? You said that?
Now I say 7, 8. 78?
Right. That's what I said.
Yes, sir. I know what you said. I know exactly
Right, so what do you-
because I know you. I said our son, as taught to us by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, was placed in what we call universe. 78 trillion years. The stars, 76 trillion. And the moon, 66 trillion.
So, got you. So are you saying that the black man was here before the sun?
Now you acting like a 12-year-old that wasn't prep. I said that already. We covered that. We covered that.
I got a basic understanding of chemistry. So I'm asking you.
Yes, sir.
Was the black? It's just a simple yes or no. I'm trying to. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't want to.
Yes, beloved. Yes, I've said it on numerous occasions. Here.
Okay, no problem. I wasn't here for most of the conversations. Okay.
Yeah, you
so
did.
was
You did,
the
black
man? Yeah. So now I wasn't here. I kept getting disconnected. My phone service is horrible.
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
was the black man here before the atom of life?
No.
Okay.
No.
What was
No.
here before? Wait, was the atom of life always here, or did somebody put it there?
Always.
All right. So
And you probably can,
nobody.
And you probably can teach me better on that. But go ahead, brother.
Maybe. So
Yes,
the
sir.
atom of life was always here, so nobody created it, right?
No, not that I know of.
Right. So it was always here. Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
And then Allah decided to create himself from the atom of life. Okay, right?
Come on.
Okay. Before he decided to do something like that, where was Allah?
I don't know. I don't even know where we was at.
Well, obviously we're after Allah. Okay, so obviously we're after the first Allah. So like that's no debate there. Okay, so so you don't know when the atom of life was out there spinning around. You don't know where Allah was. It's okay. I'm not holding you to that. I'm just asking questions. That's all.
Yes, sir. I understand, brother. That produces life.
No problem.
If I'm
I'm
not
not even disagreeing with that.
Yes,
Brother,
sir.
I'm not disagreeing. I just want to know
No.
where was Allah at the time when the atom of life was sitting there by itself spinning?
Yes, sir. Out of that life. Out
So
of that life
means
that
before
atom.
okay, cool. No problem. That's your answer. Okay, so before he produced out of Adam of life, the Adam of life was there already. So before he decided to do that, where was he?
That's a good question. That's like asking me when was it? No, I'm just saying.
Because,
no,
yeah, no,
because you know what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad probably said.
He said don't ask him. He don't know.
No. He said that, but he said there was no one there.
Right.
If you can recall, to say when.
Right.
There was nothing.
Got you.
All right. Yes,
no
sir.
problem. But what we do is right. So we can't go off what we don't know. We only, or I can say this: we can't talk about before the Adam of life, because Adam of life is the beginning so far, right, of what we know.
Yes.
So the beginning starts right there. We don't know before that. So we do know that there was an Adam of life at one point, and there was no Allah. We know that because that's how the story is told. There's an Adam of life. That's it. In darkness. There's no Allah. Then Allah decided to create himself from the Adam of life. So we know that. We know there was an Adam of life by itself at one point, and then Allah decided to create himself out of Adam of life. Now, when I said where was Allah before he decided to do that, you say you don't know. No problem. I don't got a problem with that.
Yeah.
But
I'm not going to
the story
venture
does say, right, but the story does say that the Adam of life was there and nobody else. And then Allah came. So Allah was second. Adam of life first.
Allah was.
Allah. Okay.
Allah had to come from somewhere at some time.
Yeah, he did. But guess what? According to the story, according to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad,
yes, sir.
As far as he can go back, remember, he said he don't know it all, but he said all he can do is go from what he knows. He knows that the Adam of life at some point was by itself in darkness. That's his teachings. That's chapter 11, and his Savior, and our Savior has arrived. The Adam of life was solo. It was by itself. Then Allah, second, decided to create himself from that Adam of life.
From that. So there is no second. It is no second. It is the activity. It is the activity. It is the motion of the Adam that you say what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. You don't separate the two. See, you are separated.
Well, actually,
he's
the
saying
story separated.
No, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said it was there. He never removed Allah. Yes, sir. He never removed him. Because that Adam, as you and I know. That Adam, as you and I.
So I'm going to call you in that. I'm going to raise you. I do know when he mentioned Allah, he mentioned the Adam of life with him. Okay? I do know that. So when he mentioned Allah, the Adam of life was there with him. I do know he mentioned the Adam of life by itself. So we have both things being mentioned, and only one was mentioned by itself.
Well, you saying two things, man. You saying he said it was by itself, but then you say the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said it you said.
I'm quoting the teachings, right? I told you, our Savior has arrived, chapter 11, paragraph 25. He says, in the beginning, once upon a time, there was nothing, total darkness. He said, and then the Adam of life was there, okay, by itself. Then he said, Allah decided to self-create himself from the Adam of life. So we have the Adam of life by itself. When Allah is mentioned, he's mentioned with the Adam of life.
Yes, sir.
Right. So when we go ahead. Finish?
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Right. So according to the story, once upon a time, the Adam of life was there. That's all we read. The Adam of life. Again, if an 8-year-old reading that, is like I said, make it plain. We're reading English. Adam of life was there. And then afterwards, subsequently, we read about Allah taking advantage of the animal life and self-creating himself. That means that there was no Allah. Allah needed the Adam of life to appear first before he can actually be Allah.
It was there already.
Yeah, the Adam of life.
It didn't
was there already. But Allah wasn't.
Yeah.
Because Allah
No.
needed to use. Don't forget. Look real fast, Franklin, brother Franklin. Allah needed to self-create. That means he was not there. So if you got to self-create, that means you're not there. You got to create yourself. So the Adam of life appeared, and then Allah self-created from the Adam of life. Right? Because if you self-create, you're not there at some point.
No, you got to bring yourself about. At what point?
Okay, right. So until that time, you're not yourself, right?
No, you're nothing but that Adam of life.
Okay, all right.
You can't do.
So are you? All right, no problem. So are you saying that the Adam of life was Allah?
That the Adam of life was a law? Is that what you asked me?
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
That's what
right. I'm asking you.
Yes, I know what you asked me. That is what I believe because I can't think of him being anything else. If that's what life consists. No, I'm just saying. No, I have no problem. I have no problem with it. I have no problem with it.
Why you say that from the beginning? Now, I'm confused why you ain't just why we had to go through roller coaster. Why not just say that from the beginning? That the Adam of life was a lie.
See, you wasn't here. You wasn't here. I started out of darkness in reference to speaking with the brothers. I started out of darkness. I didn't want to go there or here because we wasn't dealing with that. But I wanted to come up or show that there was darkness, and before anything, there's darkness. And then there's light. And explaining the Caucasian.
So let me say for the record, I have no problem with the Adam of life being Allah. He had to manifest himself by self-creating. I have no problem with that. Zero. The problem I have is the black man being in space. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I have no problem with the self-creation story. My problem is the black man in space. That's my problem.
Yes,
As a matter of fact, that's every thinking man's problem, thinking woman's problem on this earth. Right? That's going to be every person's problem.
Where else is he going to be?
He should be on Earth. That's where he should be.
That's where he should be.
Right.
I wish I could. Say it again, brother. Pardon.
Okay. So again, world science teaches
world science.
Right. Okay. What else can you have? You have different countries that make up the world. You have different states that make up the United States. You got different cities that make up the state. Right. You got different districts that make up the town. Right. So that's what you do. Like things make up things. So the world science. Right. So different countries make up world science. So that means that in China, in Cuba, in Russia, Iran, Japan, the major countries that's out here that's first world. Let's just say first world countries. Their science teaches that the Earth came first.
Yeah. Yes.
Right, and they're going to make an attempt to prove it. They're going to show you and bring you things to whether you agree or not. They're going to make an attempt to convince you that the Earth came first, right? Through sourcing up and showing and proving. So other than a doctrine telling us that, like we don't have any real evidence teaching us or showing us, proving to us that the black man was here without the presence of a physical Earth.
Yes, sir.
And you're okay with that?
Yes, I am. I'm okay with whatever they say because I know.
So you're a believer.
Do I believe it?
No. So
Is that what you
if you're okay with whatever they say, no, I said if you're okay with whatever they say, that means you're just a believer, right?
I'm just a believer. No, let me explain something, brother.
Are you a scientist?
I studied other scientists. I studied from the scientists. You know that you read the book of the Honorable. No. Slow down, beloved. Slow down because
slow.
Yes, sir. So you know that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is speaking scientifically. When he speaks about the atom, he's speaking scientifically. He's going into something that's based on science.
Yeah, but
so because
he's not really accurate. But finish. Go ahead, finish.
But yet the accuracy comes after 1930 with these other scientists that you're talking, That these other scientists that you're talking about from different countries. It came after the teachings of Almighty God Allah to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave us what he received from God in person. And when they talk about the sun, moon, and stars, and earth and moon, they stumble even today. They get by a planet and say, oh, it got water. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that all the planets, except for the moon, have water. And he said they have life. Now, what type life form they have, he couldn't go into that. But he said wherever there's water, there's life. Now they are just going up there and say, oh, on Mars, we see water. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that. Like he told us that the moon was a dry planet. And that the moon was part of the earth. Just last week, they was verifying that in reference to the moon being part of the earth. So they're coming into the wisdom that we receive. This is what I would tell that 12-year-old. That I can give to you some of the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in writing, where it's written at. And let your brain begin to work more openly and freely of any other persuasion. Because this world is based on the power structure. China has power. United States is the most powerful. And they dictate policy. You can't, I don't care what university or college you go to. If it's under their influence, then they dictate. They dictate policy.
You say they hope.
Those, whoever is in power, control the flow of the people. Now, the people will have room to get into what they want to get into, but the power structure where they are at is controlled by those in power.
Okay, so
yes,
not
sir.
saying you're wrong.
Yes,
but
sir.
Based off that, wouldn't America be the greatest country?
It is. It is.
Because, okay, for what reason you say?
Say it again.
For what reason would you say it's the greatest country?
What reason? What reason would I say?
Yeah.
The same thing Yaku is playing with. Basically, steel. It has the power to destroy 30 times over this planet and everybody on it.
Steel?
Say it again.
Steel?
Yes, sir. 30 times over. That's the reason why we're told That's the reason why we have been told not to carry weapons, that we don't need weapons. Because any weapon we would. I didn't hear you.
No, okay. So are you saying that steel is evil?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the evil one uses steel and has used steel to enforce his will throughout the planet. And even right today.
They're using steel, but the mother plane, isn't it built with the finest steel that can be found?
The finest.
Right.
1929.
Right. So
yes,
steel is, so the mother plane, right. So I'm glad you confirmed that date. So steel is being used by everybody.
By everybody. But the one who abused and misused that steel. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. It's not just the steel. It's not just having the power. It's how you use and misuse what you have been given. Man has been given the power to be able to do whatever he wants to do. And it's supposed to be in conformity to the one who has given. Man has strayed off. Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen the bomber planes?
The bomber planes?
Yeah.
Is that what you asked? No, I haven't seen, not that I know of, except for maybe the TV.
Wait, so you never witnessed the mother plane yourself or any bomber plane?
No, not that I can say. In truth.
Okay, all right.
I can tell you
that, but you are the first person who will set the teachings who never bear witness of the mother plane or any of the bomber planes.
I can tell you what I did witness.
What was that?
That Storm Crescent we have in our national, in our flag. I witnessed that in the universe or the sky. I witnessed that. No, I have never seen it before in my entire life. A star big like I have never seen it. At a crescent, a 180-degree crescent. The star was sitting right in it like you see in your national. Like you see in our national. And the brother pointed this out to me. He told me in advance, he said, I'm going to show you. I think he might have said the mother plane. I'm not for sure. But he said, I'm going to show you. And one night he showed it to me. I had never seen a star as clear as I would see your face, brother. I had never seen it. And I don't think many have. And if they have, they ain't going to talk. They may not necessarily speak about it. You have? Did you say you have?
No. I said I ain't never seen it.
See, this is something that I witnessed. Now, what it is, I'm not going to get into that. I can only venture off my own thinking and thoughts. But I know what I witnessed. And the importance of it is that I witnessed it. And I know too many probably had not witnessed it.
Okay, so I got one last thing on the creation, the atom of life, and then we can move past that. I got one last thing.
To who?
We
Who? What you say?
The atom. I got one last statement to say.
Yes, sir.
On the atom.
Yes, sir.
On the atom, and we get past that. Okay. So this is a question for you. Which atom would that be?
I don't know.
Okay. Got it. Okay, you answered. So there's no need to go further. You answered it. Okay. So what? Okay. So now you good. Okay. Honest answer. The follow-up question is, what's the only atom it could be?
I don't know that either. Okay, why would I want to get into that thing?
Because we're taught to know thyself, right? So
yes,
we want to know everything about ourselves, right? So
yes,
you can take this and put it in a memory bank. If this the first atom, it could only be the helium atom.
All right.
Because that was the first atom to appear. And then hydrogen and other things came afterwards. But helium was the first atom.
And who clocked that? And why is it the helium? Science.
Science clocked that. Yeah. Confirmed and everything. And also helium is the most helium, from what I remember, that's the most accessible or the most observed atom in the cosmos.
Well, I just heard recently.
Yeah. Right.
I just heard recently. I hope I'm staying on the point or on track. I just heard recently that carbon was the most significant. I don't know if that's an atom.
No. Look,
or not.
Your term was significant. Look, what you say? You said significant. I didn't use that
yes,
term.
Sir.
I said the most abundant atom is in space is helium. But besides that, so that's a separate point. Besides that, the first atom taught in science to appear in the atmosphere, in the outer space, the outer limits, is helium. Now, that's not debatable.
Yes, sir.
So helium. So when Allah was creating himself from the atom of life, he was talking about the helium. So that's just a drill for you to go forward. So if anybody ever asks you, you can tell them that the first atom, according to science, to come in the outer limits was helium. That's all.
Yes, sir.
So now we can move from there.
All right.
So
Thank you,
let's talk
beloved.
about. Let's talk. Yes, sir. Let's talk about do for self. Let's talk about some real stuff now.
Here we go.
Okay. Yeah, it's about the real stuff. So the black man obviously is in a treacherous, a horrible condition. He's being oppressed. He's shot down. He's limited. He's marginalized. All these horrible things. I know what Elijah said, but maybe the people don't know. So can you just tell them some of the solutions that's out there for the black man to get him to dig himself out of this condition?
Well, you hit the key words, do for self.
Right.
I just posted the other day from the message to the black man. We need to be able to come together or to act collectively in doing things. We have to find a way to come or be collective. Cohesion. We have to pool our resources together. If there is 5 or more brothers who have like minds, and we can be a sign of what can be done. On this level here, I'm talking about the man in the street. I ain't talking about somebody going up to somebody's building in their corporations. I'm saying us. If we were to do, Allah will back us if we do. This would be my main emphasis. First of all, our thinking has to change. We can't think that anything we go to do, we can't do. But yet we run around and say, Nike say, just do.
Right.
But when we come to do something, we can't do. When one of us come up with an idea, we have to get beyond that. That brother, he's a liar. You know he's a thief. And do things based on righteousness, the right way. We have already tried the wrong and the wicked. It has to be a right way. This is the re-education that I think about based on the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. That we have to shed this, like a snake shed its skin. We have to shed this way of thinking and begin to think new to produce something different.
thinking? Like, what would be step one for them, if you know?
Well, one, I would look at it this way. I seen gang war in the city of Philadelphia being stopped. I witnessed this. I witnessed the beginning of it, close up and personal. The head, once the gangs rolled over, there was no more gangs. There was the heads of the gangs, or the heads of those who want to speak on. That one is running his mouth the most and the loudest. He's a challenge to be made to accept the responsibility of change. Now to get to him, to get to them. But we have to do something coming out of darkness and not do nothing. Because we have ideas, because we're in the light. Where they may still be cloudy in darkness, we offer them. We can only offer them light. Jesus say, I am the way. What way? As a Christian, yeah, what way? We say the Mahdi is here. You mean to tell me he ain't gave us nothing to work with? And most of them on the corner is what? Is young Muslims. Running around with Shaheed, Kareem, Abdul, Akbar. They're Muslims. Children of Muslims. Who went elsewhere, who went astray for what they had, and now their children is running around like they, you know. But this is what I would offer, brother. I would take from what's there and piece that apart and explain to them their way, the same way I came up, the same way I came through. Ain't nothing different except for the time and who you are and who I am in time. But this is something I witnessed in time, where you, someone that looked like you, that was in the streets like you, someone that looked like me was in the streets like me, cleaned themselves up based on the word.
Yeah.
Based on the word. The teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad was a word. If you know any Muslims before 1975, if you witness or know of someone that was there and witnessed that miraculous movement that took place.
I might be able to point out some Muslims before 1975.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ask them what got them up out of what they was into. It was they was able to feel them. Yes, sir.
Yeah, some of them, you know, for example, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, the message of the black man, had pointed out the Palestinian revolution, right? You know, to bring about complete constructive change. So that was an example of people turning things around. So he pointed out. So the Palestinians revolted. Or no, I'm not sure if it's it might be the Pakistani. I'm not sure, because don't quote me, but I do know it's either Palestinians or Pakistanians. Don't quote me, but it's definitely one of the two. And his example was they revolted. They physically had enough and physically did something about it that brought about their change, right? So of course, you know, black folks making up only 14% of this country, that wouldn't be a wise move for us. You know, that just wouldn't be wise. To you know what I mean, to physically, right? Okay.
That wasn't, as you probably know, the strategy of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Oh yeah, I know that.
He taught
I
us.
know that.
He taught us that our unity was more powerful than the atomic bomb. That's what he told. That's what he told us. And this is what I was seeing. Yes, sir.
But guess what? That might be true, but the bulk of black folks didn't believe it. So therefore, that unity never came about. So now we're forced to look at alliances. So you have, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad knew that. Okay, we forgot. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad knew about alliances that might not necessarily believe in your overall, purpose and aims. So, for example, he met with leaders of the KKK, correct?
Yes.
Because he felt like, although he disagreed with their overall views on blacks and whoever else, he felt like there was a similar struggle between the two, or there was a similarity on beliefs on certain things, like keep to your own race, right? Separation. So those similar beliefs, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad felt like we can build an alliance here based on respect, right? So I don't rock with y'all don't rock with me, but we agree on this right here. So we're gonna try to build an alliance just on that. So go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, so bringing it now to 2021. And look, let me ask you a quick question. Do you? I gotta ask this before I go further. Do you believe the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad is dead or alive?
Alive.
Okay, cool. I just want to know what you believe, so I won't offend you. Okay. So now that we at 2021, okay, there are alliances we can build with certain communities, even though some of us might vehemently disagree with their ideology. So, for example, the LGBTQ. Of course, the Nation of Islam disagrees with their ideology or same-sex relations, right? But
their behavior.
There's a
behavior.
Right, exactly. So there's an alliance there that can be shared, and the so what I'm trying to say is this: when you're pushing a cause, when you're pushing a movement, at that point you need numbers. For your cause to be recognized, for your cause to really change lives and have some power behind it, you need numbers. This is why the women's suffrage movement, they didn't just recruit white women, Catholics or Christians. They didn't do that. They said this is a movement for all women, not just for us, no matter how they felt. They might have felt like they are the dominant, female race. Doesn't matter. They knew that they need a long female presence, a large female presence to get this recognized and get things done, laws and policies passed. They knew that. So for us, the same way, if we believe that we are being treated unjustly in this country, what we need to do is align ourselves up with other communities, other groups who also feel the same way. Okay? Now, you try to align yourself with everybody who's been wronged by law enforcement one way or another. Now you got a movement of 3 million, 5 million, 10 million. That's a large, strong movement who can boycott, protest certain things. Not just that, they control. Like, you don't want 10 million trolls, believe me. So things get done from there. Or you don't want 3 million people showing up at your county clerk office asking for justice or else, or justice, something like that. So
yes,
what do you believe? So what do you believe that's stopping us from building these alliances? And also the alt-right, the right wing, like, they really believe that the law enforcement is terrible. They believe ran by a bunch of tyrants. They oppress people. They don't know the law. These are their talking points. And it's kind of our talking points. So why not align yourself up with a people that believes the same as you in that way? Now, other ways you're gonna disagree, but at least on that way that they are against police, police bad behavior, things like that.
Brother, I can see the alliance in reference to what we are attempting to do. You know, if we're politicalizing something, I can see that. If we're being economical, I can see that. Not if we're being necessarily social. Because I don't see myself as a Muslim aligning myself up with someone who does not recognize their own sexuality. Now, working with them in something and with something is possible. And I don't see us working with the Caucasians. Not directly, perhaps indirectly, because we're going to have to do business. And if we could avoid that, we won't do it with them. But I can see us doing business with them. We are saying that we can do this if we have the will to do it. Allow and let nothing stand in our way. We either going to be successful or we're going to fail. But we can't have anything and everything whipping around us thinking that we need that. It don't always start with a large army. It starts with those who believe. Not have beliefs, but those who believe.
All right, so I'll give you a little pushback. Right, so I'll give you a little pushback. Okay, now, I'm sure China really wish they can avoid America. I'm sure America wish they can avoid China and other countries. But they understand that they have a similar they have similarities. So they build alliances with similarities, right? Where so much so that they're willing to go to war for each other. You know, if war popped off, they will actually send troops out to each other's, territory, to protect themselves. They would go that far. So what you just said, again, you got your feelings and your beliefs, but then you got similar struggles, right? But then, you got similar, right? I got you. But then you got similar struggles. So now this is why the Nation of Islam don't get far on their goals, because they hold their beliefs above the similarities that they have with other communities, other organizations, other groups that might, in one way or another, they might share a belief that's in violation to yours. But what's most important, though, is that they have a similar struggle. So we always say this is chess, not checkers. So if people actually believe that, then they know that there's different chess pieces on the board. And when you're playing chess, not checkers, you determine what piece that person is that you're going to associate yourself with. So if you knew there's a numbers, if you knew it's a numbers game, like for example, like certain birds, right, out in the wild, when they're in Africa and they're like being a scavenger. Let's say like a little what's that? Fox. Run up on something. Like what they would do is they'll spread their wings, appearing to be larger than what they are, to scare off the little wild dog, whatever. Okay?
Yeah, I can see that.
Or, right. So it's a numbers game. Same thing. Although this person wanna identify themselves with a gender that you vehemently disagree with, at that point, nothing's going to change them from not feeling like that, right? They're going to still feel like they're this and they're not that. So nothing you're going to do to change that. Now, at that point, you can say this person is a pawn to me. It's a pawn. Now, I'm not going to change their position. They believe they're female. They believe they're male. I'm not going to change that. No time soon.
I understand.
But what I could use is their number. I'm pushing a cause. This person is also believing in that cause in their own way. If I can get them over here with us, we are that bird that's scaring away that little dog, right? Making the dog believe we're bigger than we are. So aligning yourself up with various different groups and communities and organizations, you make yourself appear stronger than what you actually are. It's a facade, it's an illusion. But it's strategical because you are the master, the grandmaster who's moving the pawns at your will. So now that LGBTQ group, it might not just be them. It might be the Jewish group. It might be the Arab, right? It might be the Arab community. They might really believe they're on one accord with you. You don't care about that. All you care is that you know where you stand, and you don't stand with them. But you're going to use them as a number to look larger than what you are, because the larger number you are, you're going to bring about change. We know that from the story of Yaqub. It had to be a certain percentage to be dissatisfied to bring about a change. Okay, so with that's okay. So there you go. So that's just it. So that percentage comes about in numbers. So when a certain percentage of the population feel a certain way, that's going to bring about a complete destructive change. What we do is we let our feelings and emotions stop us from accomplishing a set goal. Forget about how they feel about themselves. I don't care if it's a women's feminist group where they feel like they can do what men can do. Okay, I disagree, but whatever. I don't need that right now. I just need them to show up when we protest or demonstrate. I need them there because first of all, it's going to look good for you. Like as a politician, it's going to look good. It's going to look like you align yourself up with women. So across the world, that looks different. It looks powerful. It looks like you're growing and maturing, and you're a real general. That's how causes get attention. Right. That's how things get done. So I'm not putting that on any world leader right now or any religious leader. I'm putting that on the people. The people. What we got to start doing is aligning ourselves with people who believe, right? Because they might be in error. The fact that they believe that they share the same struggle as us, that's good enough. They're pawns. Let's put the blinders on and make them believe, yeah, you're right. You're suffering like us. So because you're suffering like us, hop on and demonstrate with us. Because that's how the world do things. The world do things by help. You need help. Everybody needs help. Nothing gets done by yourself.
True.
So what's your response to that?
I say, brother, I think you individualize it as far as me speaking, or what I would do, not what has been done that I have witnessed. But from my point of view, I can accept what you're saying in respect to the pawns and things of that nature. I can expect those moves. I don't play chess. I really don't like to play games at all. But coming from that viewpoint, knowing the structure of chess,
Which
I
is
can
war.
see that. I can see that in a sense. I can see that in a sense, aligning. But we have to maintain our principles with whoever we make alliances with. The principle of what we're doing have to remain. There's no deviating from that. That's what will keep us right, as small as we may be. Though we may branch out, we have to be principled. If not, we don't have a center, we won't be successful. As I was speaking to my family members and friends, we have to have a center, because somebody gonna say, I want to lead, or something of that nature. So we need a center. We'll be a circle, we'll be a council among ourselves, but we have to have a central point that all of us can agree on or agree from. And all of us, however we look at it, believe in a God. So let him be our commander in chief. We have learned, whether you're Christian or Muslims, we have learned something of what he expects of us. And we act off of that. That's the way I view it, brother.
Okay. So, so I think, you got a lot of black folks, like you just said, you got black folks who are in Christianity, you got some who are Hebrew, a small portion who are Hebrew Israelites, you got some black folks who are in Orthodox Islam, and then you got a section from that who are in the Nation of Islam. Then you got some people who are agnostic. Say that again?
We have nationalists, Hebrew,
nationalists, right? Hebrews,
Christian,
nationalists, right? Yep. And then you got the ones who are agnostic, right? And then you got flat out atheists. So
yes, sir.
Okay, so and if they're black, the common idea that they're gonna have is that the black man is on the bottom, and they don't believe it's by coincidence. They believe that there's some powers somewhere making sure that happens and remain that way.
Yes, sir.
So, but that's what I mean by align. Right. So that's what I mean by aligning yourself up.
I know what you meant. I'm building with my family and outside of my family.
Yeah.
So that we can agree on something. That we all can agree on something.